real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free. General Flint out the cage, Cassie innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Wake me up.
Wake me up inside. Wake up. Wake me up inside. Call my name and save me from the dark. Wake me up. Get my blood to run before I go one time. Save me from the nothing I've become. Bring me to life. Bring me to life. Frozen inside without your touch, without your love, darling. Only you are the light among the dead.
The companies represented in this room have collectively announced more than $2 trillion in new investments, and we have a total of close to $8 trillion all told. Every new investment, every new factory, and every new job created is a sign of strength in American economy.
Mr. President, thank you for what you're doing, not only to revitalize U.S. manufacturing, but helping ensure that the U.S. aerospace industry continues to lead the world in innovation.
U.S. must continue the leadership of AI.
I want to thank you, sir, for everything that you've done.
We are proud to create millions of jobs here and to make significant investments to catalyze a new era of advanced manufacturing.
We finally have a president who understands that we need to reindustrialize. We need to be made in America, made in the USA.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening, everybody.
How's it going?
Going good on this end. My baby possums are growing.
Oh, yes. So Jimmy said he's going to hop off a little later on around 11 to feed the baby possums. And that's exactly when we're going to get into the nasty, into the controversy.
I do plan on coming back. It'll be about 20, 30 minutes that I'll be gone. But I do plan on coming back.
All right. So just a quick hello to everybody in the chat. I did change the settings to subscribers only on my channel, but if you're watching from Jimmy's channel, anybody can comment on Jimmy's side. But for mine, I want to prioritize my subscribers. So if you are already a subscriber, you have nothing to worry about. You can, comment as you like. So we got John Marciano. Hello, John. Leonard, Rosie, J-Man, Steen, and Fallen Ashes. I'm so glad she came early because I told her next Tuesday, come on. And when you see the signal for everything to start getting, semi-offensive, hop on. Hop on when the time is right. And we are going to continue a nice conversation. Let's see. Hi, Rosie. Jesse's in the chat. 587. JG. Okay, we got the gang here already.
Nice.
So we are going to... Fallen says, I'm here to witness it. Yep. I mean, I try to give that as a disclaimer, as a little warning, so that if somebody's new here, they're not, looking at me like, oh my God, what she's talking about. Oh my, like people are going to flip out. But if you already know me, you know me. You know what I'm saying? Like I am upfront. I'm truthful. I say what's exactly on my mind and I don't really care. Hi, Lisa.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people understand that once you get to the point to where you don't give a crap about what people say, that's
Right.
a whole nother level of freedom that a lot of people have not been able to experience because they're too worried about what other people say about them. And so, with this show, for the ones that have watched us for a while, they know that you and I disagree about things, but we're
Right.
still able to, okay, Ruby, all right, I see where you're at. I respect it. We move on. We don't
Yeah.
browbeat each other because we
Right.
have differences of opinion. We're able to put on a good show. We have people that come on. They may agree with us. They may not agree with us, and that's okay.
Right.
I just, I, I definitely don't want us to be an echo chamber. And because we have folks that come on here that have difference of opinions and different views than we do, then that right there shows that we're doing the best we can not to have an echo chamber.
Right. And if you truly believe in freedom of speech, then you would also have to believe in the speech of a person that you disagree with. Even if it is offensive, they have the right to say that without getting canceled, dragged, or even killed over it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the
Correct.
true definition of freedom of speech for me.
And I made a comment to somebody this week, be like, you're trying to tell me all this stuff and I don't agree with it, and that's fine. But you really just want to hear your thoughts come out of my mouth. That's what you really want to hear. And that drives me crazy because that just reminded me of Watchtower parroting with everything that they say. And then the other thing is because I believe a certain way about something, would you please tell me how my opinions and my viewpoints affect your life personally?
Right. Not at all.
So what gives,
And not even talking about the Watchtower stuff, just in school and the textbooks, like I told you before, those are all textbook phrases or like thoughts or way of thinking that they wanted us to believe. They want us to believe in a certain way. And people like me who have been homeschooled, we don't think like that. Our brains are not indoctrinated with the textbook. So for somebody who was probably educated like that, nothing wrong with it. But if somebody from an outside perspective says, well, I don't agree with what our textbooks told us about history.
Yeah.
That's so wrong to say. Or why is it so wrong to disagree with certain movements that were supposed to be good or supposed to be the right thing to do? I don't let the government tell me what's the right thing or the wrong thing. I don't let that dictate my opinions of things.
Right.
So, it is what it is, but at least I'm upfront about those. Like you guys should at least appreciate that I'm upfront with this. And I am not a closeted whatever label you want to put it in. No, I am outside. I'm out the closet. I am in your face, and I will tell the truth.
Well, we've definitely have told people exactly the way we are, and we have shown it ever since we've been doing this now for, I don't even know when we started, back in the fall sometime last year.
Yeah, it's already been a year. Yeah.
Has it been a freaking year?
Yeah. It's been already a year anniversary. Well, it's been a year anniversary of my channel by itself, but the show, I started it already like 10, 11 months ago by now. So it's already hitting the year.
It's getting close. We're going to have a celebration for the year. For the yearly show, our 1 year anniversary. That'd be cool. But yeah, at least everybody that's been following us for a while knows where we stand on stuff. And so for those folks that have, said nice things about us, said that our show rocks, we really appreciate you guys. We appreciate your support. We really do hope that, with whatever we say, whether we disagree or not, hopefully you're learning something, because that's been my main thing is I just want to, put little clips out there or something to where people can learn things and, be different than some of these other, programs out there.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Rosie. She said, I went back last week and it showed 10 months ago. Yeah. And Yeah, and I watched my very first episode when I was all by myself, and Vern was the first one to hop on and talk about the borders, Canada, America, and Mexico. And I was like, nah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and trigger the XJWs real quick. On our yearly show, we're gonna have a 30-minute section, and we're going to do a written review of what you've learned on the political corner.
Oh my
Kidding,
God, that's
just
fun.
kidding. Well, we might have
Oh
a quiz.
man.
We might do quizzes. We should do some quizzes sometime. That'll be fun.
Yeah, we did a
So
lot. We did movie reviews. We broke down the Vendetta movie. We did the They Live movie. We've done a lot. We did a lot of Q stuff that kind of really jump started my curiosity. Like you said, play this video, and I did, and I was like, wow, this is
yeah,
amazing. That was my first like. I felt so powerful. Like I was like, wow, this is inspirational. I
yeah.
was like, no wonder people, follow this kind of stuff.
And there's still a lot of misconceptions. I don't think we've actually done a show, just me specifically explaining that. I don't think we've done that. I
Ah,
don't think we've done that. We've talked about it a little bit, but I don't think we've actually done a show to where I can send you clips that you can play and show folks. So we might need to do that soon.
yo, Rosie's a super fan. She just said you two did the before the Trump shooting, then the next show was after. I remember that. I predicted
Oh
that
wow,
there was going
yeah,
to be an assassination attempt, and then it
yeah.
happened. That
Dang,
really freaked me out. Yeah, I
wow.
remember that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Rosie, for that information. Thank you.
Yep. We have
And
a
if
lot of
somebody in the
history.
chat, can keep up with the Atlanta Braves Cincinnati Red game and let me know the score, I'd appreciate it. They were like in the 6th or 7th inning, so just let me know. If Ruby, you see it, just flash it up on the screen so I can see the score. I appreciate it.
All right, Jimmy. So we're gonna start with the news hour. Let's
Okay.
roll in the intro and get right into the news.
All righty.
Coming live to you, Jimmy Bell from North Carolina with the news hour. Go ahead, Jimmy. Right to you.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the News Hour. Today is May 6, 2025, and this will be your weekly headline catch-up. So we will be starting with Monday of last week. Now, I want to let you folks know there's been a lot of stuff that has popped off in the last 48 hours, maybe 72 hours, but we're not going to touch too much on that until we get further information so we can bring you a better picture of those events. Some of those events, my first instinct on this one, people have seen the Pope Trump. They've seen that. I think it's trolling personally, but there's some other information that I want to bring to you guys later about that. Also, a war just popped off, or shooting just popped off between India and Pakistan about 4 or 5 hours ago. So I'll have to look in to see what's going on with that. We do know that India and Pakistan have been fighting for freaking ever, it seems like. So we'll just have to figure out what's going on there. Trump also did announce today he will be leaving for the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, and I think Jordan, this weekend. But he said that there will be a big announcement being made either Thursday, Friday, or he even said Monday. So you know how Trump does things. He puts it out there. Let's see what the media is going to say, and then he pulls the trigger. So those are just a couple of things that have happened in the last 48 to 72 hours that, if you have more information on it, please feel free to chime in. And like what we normally do is I'll go over one day, and then I'll ask at the end of that day if there's any comments about one of the certain subjects or headlines on here. One reason why I want to do these headlines like we've been doing is because I heard a report that 63% of Americans, when they are looking at news, 63% only read the headlines. They
I am one
actually,
of those people.
okay.
Yep,
And
that's exactly what I do.
and they don't actually read the article. And in the news organizations, they know this. They know that only 37% of Americans are actually going to read the article. So they word the headlines in a way to frame your opinion, what they want you to think. They'll put something out, oh, they did this, and comes to find out, well, they were lying about that, or they were, elaborating or something like that. So that's why I say with these headlines, I want you guys, if you find something that's of interest to you, go ahead and look it up. All right. With that said, let's go into Monday, April 28th. Russia declares a 72-hour ceasefire in Ukraine for next week to mark Victory Day in World War II. Saw another report on that said 4 out of 10 of the folks that live in the UK have no idea what VE Day is. So that's interesting. 4 miners dead after vehicle rams into after-school camp in Illinois. Conclave to elect new pope to begin on May 7th, which will be tomorrow. FDA to undo some layoffs. 2 dead, 1 injured in Alaska plane crash. We always have a plane crash every week. Every week we have a plane crash. Mark Carney's Liberals win Canadian election. Yeah, there's a lot we could talk about that too, because Trump did meet with the Canadian president today. As a matter of fact, since we're on that, Ruby, can you go look at my Twitter page? And I just put up within the last 3 hours a clip of Trump and Mark Carney in the Oval Office. Let's run that clip and hear what was said there. That should be it.
Well, if respectfully, Canadians' view on this is not going to change on the 51st day. Secondly, we are the largest client of the United States in the totality of all the goods. So we are the largest client of the United States. We have a tremendous auto sector between the two of us, and the changes that made have been helpful. 50% of a car that comes from Canada is American. That's not like anywhere else in the world. And to your question about, is there one thing? No, this is a bigger discussion. There are much bigger forces involved. And this will take some time and some discussions. And that's why we're here, to have those discussions. And that is represented by who's sitting around the table.
See, the conflict is, and this is very friendly. We're not, this is not going to be like, we had another little blow up with somebody else. That was a much different, this is a very friendly conversation, but we want to make our own cars. We don't really want cars from Canada. And we put tariffs on cars from Canada. And at a certain point, it won't make economic sense for Canada to build those cars. And we don't want steel from Canada because we're making our own steel, and we're having massive steel plants being built right now as we speak. We really don't want Canadian steel, and we don't want Canadian aluminum and various other things, because we want to be able to do it ourselves. And we, because of, past thinking of people, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. In other words, they have a surplus with us. And there's no reason for us to be subsidizing Canada. Canada's a place that will have to be able to take care of itself economically. I assume they can. I will tell you that Trudeau, when I spoke to him, I used to call him Governor Trudeau. I think that probably didn't help his election. But when I spoke to him, I said, so why are we taking your cars? Why are we taking we want to make them ourselves. I mean, I said, and if the price of your cars went up, or if we put a tariff on your cars of 25%, what would that mean to you? He said, that would mean the end of Canada. He actually said that to me. And I said, that's a strange answer, but I understand his answer. But no, I mean, it's hard to justify subsidizing Canada to the tune of maybe $200 billion a year. We protect Canada militarily, and we always will. We're going to, that's not a money thing. but we always will. But, it's not fair. But why are we subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year or whatever the number might be? It's a very substantial number. And it's hard for the American taxpayer to say, gee whiz, we love doing that. Thank you very much. We're going to have a very substantial. Thank you.
Did you see how bad Mark Carney was like squirming in his chair?
The body language was so loud.
Yes.
So
yes.
loud.
Yeah, I was just watching him and just listening to Trump. But that body, the squirming, hey, I want to say something, and Trump didn't let that happen. So, there's one of our longtime viewers sent me some text messages today saying stuff about this Canadian thing. So hopefully there'll be some more news come out about that I can inform you guys on what's going on with Mark Carney, because he does have a little bit of a checkered past as well. So moving on for Monday, House passes bipartisan bill to combat explicit deep fakes.
Okay, so, that's a good one.
That's a good one. Mexico and U.S. reached deal on the Rio Grande water sharing. And actually, U.S. and Mexico had a water deal for many years. I can't remember exactly when it was instituted or put into effect, but Mexico has reneged on the deal that they had, and they have been withholding water to American farmers, and they're not supposed to be doing that. So they reached a deal to fix that issue that they've been having. U.S. fighter jet rolls off aircraft carrier to the bottom of the Red Sea. We did touch on that last week very briefly. A massive power outage struck the Iberian Peninsula. Portugal's grid operator blames a rare atmospheric phenomenon. And there was a lot of talk about that. It's always something rare, Hegseth vows crackdown on military obesity. Yeah. I've seen videos of some of the new recruits trying to go through PT and basic training and everything, and it's freaking hilarious. You compare that, hell, I think my 6th grade class was in better shape back in whenever the hell it was, in the mid 80s, than some of the military new recruits.
I see overweight police officers all the time, security. I haven't seen a fat firefighter, so that's one good thing. I have never seen a fat firefighter. So I don't know if the restrictions are a little bit more since they have to carry all the gear and, fight a fire. But
they have to put out their calendar every year, I'm kidding. There will be some women that will get that.
Oh my God, Jimmy, you can't do that to me. Oh my God, my neck. Okay, what's next?
I won't say anything more about that. Okay. White House displays lawn signs highlighting illegal immigrant crime. I did not even see that one. Okay. All right. So that was Monday. Any comments about Monday of last week's news?
Thrifty says, hi, Thrifty. Wow, the tension in the room. She's talking about the clip that we just played.
Oh, yeah.
Justin in the chat already early says, great program this evening, even though we just started. Well, thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Justin.
Steen says, ouch, the Trump slap in the face. John Marciano says, our government dumps billions into Canada. Never knew that since Trump returned.
Yep.
Yeah, Trump really uncovered a lot of those things for me too. It's like he's educating you at the same time that he's protecting you. Like he's saving us from something that we didn't even know was a problem. So thankfully we have a guy like Trump, whether you like him or not, at least he's the general America first. You know what I'm saying? Like at least he puts our country first, our people first, regardless of whether I disagree with him on one or two things. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So at least for that. All right, go ahead.
All right, so let's go into Tuesday, April 29th. Trump holds rally in Michigan to mark his 100th day in office. Trump discusses first 100 days of historic presidency in exclusive ABC interview. And there was some blow-ups. I wish I would have looked at this. I would have sent a clip. But there were a few blow-ups during that ABC interview. It was quite hilarious. Trump yeah, because he was schooling that lady that was in her.
Was it the Indian? I don't know if she's Indian or something, but she's like dark brown skin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not exactly what ethnicity
Yeah, me neither.
is.
Yeah,
But there was something.
Yeah, she
something
was
on
the
that.
one who said, "Oh, didn't you say that instead of a little girl having 30 dolls, that she can have 1 or 2 dolls?"
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And he was like, "Nah, I don't think that's a problem. That's okay. Like that's not gonna raise prices or whatever." I was
Yeah.
like, "All right."
So if you're interested in that, go back and see what Trump's news interview was with this ABC reporter. So it's pretty interesting. Trump administration dismisses nearly 400 scientists working on congressionally mandated national climate report.
Oh.
Huge.
Is this a good thing?
That's a great thing. That is a great thing. Dismisses nearly 400 scientists working on congressionally mandated. What have we learned about mandates?
Yes. No-goes. Yeah.
So that right there is a no-go. And then, these scientists, hey, they're red hats. They'll do whatever the black hats pay them to do.
Right.
All right. And then we have National Climate Report, which if y'all know me, y'all been that's a freaking hoax. I believe it's a complete hoax. So,
I agree.
So this is a good thing. That's a good thing. All right. Automakers get a break on some Trump tariffs. UPS cutting 20,000 jobs amid reduction in Amazon shipments. Ooh. My first instinct on that is, are American people starting to not buy Chinese stuff? Question,
Or is it a company war? Like Amazon is taking more of the business than these other, third party deliveries?
Well, it says reduction in Amazon shipments. So it's not.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Yeah. So UPS is cutting the 20,000 jobs. So they don't have enough stuff coming in to deliver to people.
I see. Okay. So that means people are not buying.
Correct.
People are not. Okay.
So that's why I said, are they starting to not buy Chinese stuff? I don't know. Just a question.
All right.
Here we go. Pakistan's army shoot down an Indian spy drone along their disputed border. Revenge porn bill backed by Melania. Trump heads to president's desk. I'm sorry. Revenge porn bill backed by Melania Trump heads to president's desk. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Gretchen Whitmer makes another appearance with Trump. And so for those of y'all who listen to what I think about things, Whitmer, one, I don't think it's the real her. But even if it is, or if it isn't, Trump has been pulling her strings hard over the past year or so. So either somebody submitted or they were given a deal to play along. In my opinion, Florida is posed to ban fluoride from public water system. And ISIS suspect arrested in New Orleans Bourbon Street terror attack. Was that back? Was this the attack that happened like months ago? Must be.
I have no clue. If anybody knows, let me know in the chat, because I've never heard something like that. But at the same time, I haven't really been on the internet for the past 2-3 weeks.
We had that terror incident like a week before the Super Bowl down in New Orleans.
Oh yeah, I remember. Okay,
I'm wondering if this person that was arrested, I wonder if it's in connection to that, and he is connected to ISIS. All right. So that was Tuesday. Any comments on Tuesday from the chat section?
Yes. Steen says the whole world is complaining because they can't dump their blank in the US to make money.
Good point.
Thrifty says the report summarizes the impacts of climate change in the United States. The scientists working on that were fired.
Good.
Rosie says Amazon will change preferred companies and are doing more of their own deliveries. It happened a few years back at FedEx. Okay, so that makes sense.
Okay,
too.
that's fair.
Okay, yep. Michelle Price says maybe it's Prime trucks are taking over.
There it is again.
For like
Okay.
their own deliveries.
That's a good point, guys.
Yeah, and then Thrifty says some of the scientists working on the report were volunteers.
Okay.
All right, so that's it for that.
That was really good feedback from you guys. Really do appreciate that. So cool deal. All right, let's go into Wednesday, April 30th. U.S. and Ukraine signed deal giving U.S. access to country's mineral wealth.
Which is what they've always wanted since the beginning, and I am still in disagreement with that, but okay.
Yeah, it's a whole nother thing there. Senate vote aimed at blocking Trump's Liberation Day tariff falls short. Good. Trump tells business chiefs he needs little bit of time as U.S. economy shrinks. Okay. Like I said, we said a couple of months ago that you may see a little bit of pullback, but then it's going to, take off. So, because they got to change a few things. It's kind of like a tsunami, The tsunami the waves, they disappear from the ocean for a little bit, and then that tsunami comes in. So I think that's kind of what we're seeing, in my opinion. I'm going to say that a lot. Anyway. So maybe our economy is just going back a little bit, and then we're going to see a tsunami come in on it. I definitely believe we'll see that. UK military launches airstrikes with U.S. targeting Yemen's Houthi rebels. Those guys have been a little pain in the butt over there in Yemen.
Yeah, but Trump just showed a video on one of his social media platforms of a strike that he did. And I saw that. I am still in disagreement with all of it. I'm just so anti-war. So it kind of does bother me to see that, but I guess you got to do what you got to do. I don't know. We don't have all the information. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not behind those closed doors with the information that they have. So I am trusting that Trump is making the right decision and that he's doing what's best for everyone. But at the same time, some people are going to die. Like, it bothers me. But all right.
And I appreciate that. And I'll just add to that, we got to remember how vast this enemy is, this deep state globalist stuff. That's why they're called the globalist. We're just not fighting them here in the United States, but we're fighting them in other countries. And other countries like India are helping. So there's that aspect to it as well. Okay, homeless camp in Oregon National Forest to be cleared. Education Department opens investigation into Chicago public schools.
Good,
yes. Teen, and I think we're going to talk about this later, I guess. Teen charged in Tesla firebombing released from federal custody to continue gender-affirming medical care.
What?
Wow. That's not what we're
That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about?
Teen charged in Tesla firebombing released from federal custody to continue gender-affirming medical care. Oh, great. All right. RFK Jr. revealed Biden's HHS complicit in child trafficking. That was a huge story last week, and we had posted about it. Yeah. This goes back to 300,000 children that were missing from the border? All these illegal immigrants. Remember all these illegal immigrants coming in? Yeah. And then they were losing the children? Well, RFK Jr. revealed Biden's HHS complicit in child trafficking. And that is exactly what I told everybody that was happening to those kids back on our shows back then.
Right.
Apple referred for possible criminal contempt investigation. Oh, really? MIT engineers advanced toward a fault-tolerant quantum computer. CIA being restructured to eliminate well-documented politicization. Yeah, politicization.
Mm-hmm.
Restructured to eliminate. Okay, so they're restructuring the CIA. I think they should just get rid of the CIA anyway, but that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
Now I'm sure if it's ran right and there's no corruption, I guess it could be a useful tool, like with anything. Anything can be a useful tool or it can be a horrible weapon. India shut its airspace to Pakistan ran flights. Modi granted security forces operational autonomy. So this was on Wednesday last week. So you can see it was building, because on Tuesday, the Pakistani army shot down an India spy drone. And then the very next day, India shuts its airspace to Pakistani-run flights. So you can see that build up to what happened a couple of hours ago. Pakistan claims India plans attack. So if you were paying attention to that stuff last week, then what happened a couple hours ago would not be a big surprise. All right. Any comments on Wednesday?
All right. Let's see. Steen just said, and hello to WDH in the chat. Steen just said, if you get rid of the CIA, where will we get our poppies from? Beverly says to John, I've seen news coverage of India and Pakistan. Yeah, I just saw that today too. So I'm really worried about that. Really sad about it too. Let's see. Joseph in the chat says, read the book of Numbers and how ancient Israel were constantly at war killing people. I remember that. I get that. But I don't know. I don't know. It just still bothers me. I don't know. Dallas says, so sad to hear about those children. And welcome to the chat, Mrs. So Much More. She says, hi all, a little late to the party, but glad to be here. Welcome. Awesome. All right. So that's about it.
All right. As I go into Thursday, any updates on the Braves game, y'all? Can somebody do a quick search real quick?
Yes, please. If anybody in the chat can fulfill Jimmy's request about a sports score, please let us know in the chat section.
Yes, please.
All right.
All right. So Thursday, May 1st. Excuse me. Mike Waltz out as National Security Advisor, but Trump says he'll be ambassador to the UN. So it was kind of funny how a lot of people, when they first heard the news that Mike Waltz was, going to be out as National Security Advisor, oh my God, the news jumped all over that. I even had one of the chats that I'm in, they jumped all over that. And then like 3 or 4 hours later, I think it was, Trump says he'll be ambassador to the UN. So it kind of like, what are they going to say now? Interesting. Secretary of State Marco Rubio to replace Waltz in the interim. So Rubio is going to, I guess, go to dual roles here and be the National Security Advisor along with Secretary of State.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and there's chatter. I'm just going to say chatter. It's not confirmed. It's speculation that there's a lot of people looking for Mike Flynn to become the new National Security Advisor. Now, I'll go ahead and say, for me personally, I'm torn on Mike Flynn. I'm torn.
Really?
I am. Unless he's playing a great part. He was in the Obama administration. He knows where bodies are buried. And we do know that Obama told Trump that one of the people that he was going to have to look out for was Michael Flynn. So, and of course, Michael Flynn was involved in the beginning with the whole Q opera. He was promoting it. He was out there. He even did the oath. But since then, some other things have come out. and I'm torn with him. I'm hoping he's a good guy and for America. But
Okay. So,
yeah, like
soon we're going to have to dive a little bit more deeper into that. I'm very interested in your opinion about him. But to your request, Lisa says bottom 8th, Reds 1, Braves 0.
damn. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate
All
that.
right.
All right. Our boys got to start hitting the damn ball. All right. Sean Diddy Combs rejects plea deal ahead of sex trafficking trial.
Yeah.
So, and we do know that trial started yesterday, or at least the jury selection started yesterday. Opening statements are not going to be, or they're set for the 12th of May. And we've had 2 names that have already come out. Michael B. Jordan.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay,
Great actor. Yeah.
Okay. And then Mike Myers. Austin Powers. Austin Powers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Mike
why
Myers.
would their names pop up? I'm confused.
I am not sure because I was just scrolling through Twitter and I seen that the 2 names had just came up. So I don't know. I don't know the details. So if that interests you, go look it up.
Okay.
Musk says Doge has made progress, but not as effective as I'd like. Jesse Smollett reaches settlement with City of Chicago. Why in the...
Still? Wasn't that like 10 years ago? How long ago was that?
What kind of settlement did he get? And then, of course, it would be the City of Chicago. Chicago is corrupt as hell.
Yup, agreed.
So they're going to pay him some money?
For what? I'm confused.
Is this how he's getting paid off for doing his little... this is Trump country.
Yeah, his little stunt. But that was way too long ago for this to be still going on in 2025. Like, what is that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, Hegseth backs Air Force 3-star Grinkowicz for top Europe job. Elon Musk says Doge should examine Federal Reserve costs. Oh, please, for the love of God, do that. Along with the Department of Education and a few other things. RFK Jr. asked CDC for new measles treatment guidance. They're making that a freaking big deal. It doesn't even need to be made a big deal. News 9 helicopter crashes at Oklahoma City Airport. Anthrax outbreak compounds security crisis in eastern DR Congo. And Chris Krebs has global entry membership revoked. Okay, I don't even know who Chris Krebs is.
Yeah.
But his global entry membership has been revoked. And folks, that is your news up until last Thursday. So next week, I'll try to start with Friday of last week, and it could be a longer news section next week. We'll see. So,
okay. Question from JG. Did M. Flynn get a pardon from Trump?
he did during the first term.
Okay.
I think Trump put that in there. Did it hold through? Because I think there were some people trying to revoke that pardon. But I thought, but I think I'm pretty sure he got a pardon.
Joseph in the comments says, General Flynn said no. And then they're having a little conversation. JG responds, Joseph, he refused the pardon? You could do that?
Yeah, you can refuse a pardon.
Really? I mean, why would he? Why would he? I mean, if that's true, why would somebody refuse it?
So basically, when you accept a pardon, then if you're ever called to testify in front of Congress or whatever, you have to tell everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's why, like with Hunter Biden being given a pardon, then technically if he gets called to in front of congressional committee, he's got to tell the truth. If not, then he violates his pardon.
Interesting. Okay.
So if somebody were to refuse a pardon, this is just my look at this, then if I didn't want to say something, I would go ahead and refuse the pardon so I don't have to say something. I can plead the fifth, because you lose your Fifth Amendment right when you accept a pardon.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right. JG says that's right, Jimmy. Joseph says, "Oh yeah, I saw this headline and I don't know if this is true, but Joseph says in the comment that Trump is doing away with Section 8 housing for 2026 budget. Did you hear about that?
Saw something briefly on X about that this evening.
Yeah, me too. I did not click on it. Like Jimmy said earlier, we just sometimes some people just read the headlines. So I didn't read nothing about that, but my basic knowledge with Section 8 is that it's very hard to attain. They never open between for decades. It could be closed. Like I don't even know why it's there if it's not really helping anybody. It needs to be reformed actually, because to the best of my knowledge, once you get that, you can have it for life. Like,
oh wow,
yeah. So
I don't know much about the ins and out and the workings of how Section 8 goes, so I'll have to educate myself on that.
right, exactly. So Fallen says Section 8 is supposed to help people get a house, right? Yeah. So it's like Section 8 would pay a portion of your rent and you pay the other portion. So it's like half and half.
But with some families or something.
Yeah. So, but with some families or some states, maybe it's a state issue, but like in the state of New York, you can have it for 30, 40, 50 years. And if your child takes over the lease or like you die or something happens, it kind of rolls over to the next person. That's not, yeah, that's not good. So it needs to be reformed. Definitely.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's really hard to get. All right, so we're done with the news section. I'm gonna roll my intro for the next portion of our show. All right, everyone. Welcome to the next portion of the show. And that's a great segue into, how Gigi said last week that she wanted to talk more about like homelessness and things like that. That's a great segue because that's what Section 8 is supposed to be for. And a lot of people abuse that system. They never get off of it. They never allow, let's say you get Section 8 and you get a job, you make more money, you don't need it anymore. Do you think that they update their information and get off of Section 8? No. They take up all the system, all the vouchers or whatever. And then the people who really need it, like, for example, I used to be like homeless long time ago. I would have made use of something like that, but I couldn't apply for it because it's been closed for 20 something years. For as long as I've been alive, it's been closed.
and the system is definitely being abused because I have firsthand account of people that have been on Section 8, but they will utilize, also county health departments. But when they come into those county health departments, they got their nails made up. They got their $1,000 iPhone. They just had their hair did, and they probably pulled up in a really nice car. So I do know that exists. So there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in that system, and people taking advantage of it.
Just like any other system, but I think the states handle it very differently. Like when I came to Florida, it was very different. Sometimes it was less money. Sometimes it was you had to do a work orientation or you had to attend recruits. They gave you interviews. They helped you get a job.
Can we find out when that started? Because it would be very telling to see which president that started underneath.
Oh, you mean like those social services?
Like Section 8 housing rules or laws. When did Section 8 housing come into play?
When did Section 8 housing begin? Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
1974.
So what would that have been under Ford?
During the Nixon Ford administration.
Okay, so it was right at the end of the Nixon administration. Okay.
Yep.
right.
Yep. So that's the quick notes of that.
I'd have to go back and see what its original purpose was.
Yeah.
And then look to see when did it start being corrupt.
Right, because it also says here that it was a Section 8 of the Housing Act of 1937. So you would have to go back all the way then.
So that goes back to Roosevelt, FDR, which we know he was very progressive. So
makes sense.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's interesting. Oh yes, welcome to the stage, Fallen Ashes. We are going to get. Yeah, we're gonna get to your topic in just a minute, but really quickly,
I just begun. Oh wait, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, because I was gonna go into the Pope Trump. So go ahead.
It just came in because it's almost 10 o'clock, and I didn't. I like to come in. I like to participate. So, yeah, that's
welcome. Glad to have you.
Yes, definitely. I'm so glad you came early so that we could get right into it. Hi, their real love in the chat. Okay, so really quickly, I wanted to show what Jimmy said earlier about Pope Trump. This is the meme that has been going all over the internet, and it has caused so much outrage. I mean, people, Catholics, Christians, non-doms, atheists, everybody got into the conversation when this was posted.
Oh my God.
And go ahead, Jimmy. How do you feel about that before I
see stuff like that, when I see stuff like that, the only thing I can think about is trolling the media. That's the only thing I can think about.
Okay. Really quickly, I think it is a little distasteful. And I do understand the trolling and the jokes and whatever, but I don't know. Sometimes when it comes to religious jokes like this, I know that if another group made a joke about the Muslim religion or any other religion, they wouldn't appreciate it either. You know what I'm saying?
What's the joke? Well,
the joke is this: it's him as the Pope, and Catholics take that very seriously.
Actually, and I think I might have put it on my X page. You could troll, but there was an explanation that somebody put out there that actually kind of made some sense, and it had to do with the Vatican Bank and stuff like that. Basically saying in so many words that the Pope and his cronies are not in control anymore of that money, and that Trump is. So that's kind of what that explanation said. It went into a little bit more detail, but in a nutshell, that's what that was their take on it.
That's okay to have. I'm talking about the picture itself. I'm talking about the mockery of putting Trump.
I didn't even see it.
Oh, right here, Fallen.
Yeah.
They're joking around that Trump is going to be the next Pope, that they were voting for Trump to be the next Pope.
Oh, I saw that. It says, nice to see Catholics more upset by a meme.
But what's funny, though, is because a lot of people that are getting upset about this,
yes,
they had no problem when the media was putting Trump in Nazi outfits.
I mean, is that really true? I don't remember that. So I didn't see that.
A lot of pictures.
These are memes. These are memes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Memes are fucking opinions, and opinions are assholes.
And they're jokes too, is what I'm saying. It's the mockery. And I understand the joke, but to a Catholic, it's understandable that they would be upset, just like Islam or Muslim people would be upset if they made a joke about Muhammad or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they always make jokes about Christianity. And it's like people just have to take it as if it's funny.
We're all assholes at the end of the day. Because we all have opinions, right? We're all going to make something because we understand at a certain point. But do we understand everything? No.
Right. Okay, so I can see the wiggle room for a joke like this. I understand it. It doesn't bother me personally, but I would get the Catholic perspective because I'm in
I
those
don't get it.
communities. So
don't get it.
I understand them that they shouldn't be mocking or making a joke about their religious beliefs. I get it. But like we spoke about this before, freedom of speech allows this to happen, right? We can't
Yep.
be upset when somebody does a meme like this or jokes like this on the internet and want to kill each other over it, right? So if you really believe in freedom of speech, then this has to be okay.
Yeah, it's just a joke. I mean, there's a lot of jokes that I don't laugh at, but it's a
Right.
joke. Like,
When
Right.
I
they
first
don't mean it.
saw it, I started laughing. So
Quick
Take
question
it with a grain
from
of salt. Sorry.
yeah. For Jimmy, quick question. Julian is asking you, what do you think of Islam taking over cities in our country?
I think it has been allowed and fabricated. And I think that some of those people hold their positions in government because they were installed. They didn't win their elections. They were installed. Because we already know that the whole deep state goal was to infiltrate the American government as much as they could and as far as they could. And this was just another way of them doing it.
Right. I think that was like the beginning of infiltrating our local politics and making it seem as if, diversity and inclusion. But I believe that they were installed to create
Now, I
division.
will say, let me add to that before somebody takes it out of context. There are some good folks who are now true Americans who came from a Muslim background. Those are not the people that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the likes of Elon Omar and her little folks. That's what I'm referring to.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I just, Jimmy, I just want to say that you're not racist. That's it. Like, you're just not a racist person. I mean,
No.
America is a melting pot, so it's
Yeah.
like, obviously you're right.
No, I would agree with you, Fallen, but the reason why this kind of pops up is because there may be some people that think that I am, because I've made comments in the past talking about segregation or separations of groups of people and things like that. I also agree to an extent that if you're not naturally born in the United States, you should not be in government. Like Omar, like what Jimmy just mentioned.
I
That
completely agree with
represented
that.
right. So certain things like that, I agree with it. If you're not naturally born here, if you don't have like 2 or 3 generations worth of ancestry in America, you should not be in government at all. But it is what it is. Until those laws change, we can't really do anything about it.
I mean, yeah, it is what it is because like my mom was an immigrant. I mean, she's a Filipino. So in the Philippines, you immigrate. Immigration means you're going overseas. You're not from this land. Even
right.
Wait, does being Canadian mean that you're an immigrant?
Yeah, or Mexican or any South American.
Anything outside the United States.
But we're on the same continent, though.
Different countries.
True, exactly. But that's why we have borders, and that's why we have to protect them.
But okay, yeah. I don't know. I guess Pangea makes no sense then.
Well, we're talking
right.
But we're talking about something that happened millions of years ago, and governments and stuff weren't like they are today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking of like why what immigrant means. For me, immigrant means my mom. My mom is an immigrant, but she's legal here. Like she's been legal since I was born. Like born in Florida.
Right.
Florida
Okay.
is
So
a very conservative state, I think. Right.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm in Florida. And that's exactly why I'm here, is because the politics here reflect my values that I'm able to live here. And when I was in New York, it was horrible. I felt like I was being oppressed over there. So that's why I moved back.
Really?
But
I live in
yeah.
New York and I was born in Florida.
Yeah, I moved over here when I was like 10 years old, and then I moved back, and then the whole COVID stuff happened, and we literally had to move because of it. The mandates, the jabby jab, like all those restrictions, I refused to do them. So I had to leave the state.
But wait, did you like live in the city of New York or the state?
Yeah. Yeah, the city. That's
New York
where my
City.
family's from. Yeah. The city.
You're from the Bronx?
And Manhattan, yeah. We were born in Manhattan.
My father's side of the family, he's from New York State. It's different.
Right.
It's not like a city. It's
Right.
just rural area, like country.
Right. But the city is like its own little country. Like it was ridiculous. The mandates were horrible. So I was kind of forced to move. Literally, we had to move back because of it. And that's kind of what ignited a lot of my political ideologies. It was because of what I went through.
You wanted to live here?
Well, I felt like I didn't have a choice, because if I wanted to stay in New York, I had to follow the mandates. I had to get the jab to get a job. I had to jab my kids if I wanted them to go to school, and I refused to do so. And the city wasn't allowing me to homeschool my own children. They were literally tyrants in the city. So I had to move back.
That's okay, because ever since you had kids, you moved back.
Right. I mean, I already had them. We were moving back and forth, but then COVID happened, and I didn't think they were going to take it that far. So if I wanted freedom of choice, if I wanted my parental rights, I had to leave the state. There was no way I was able to survive and put them in school or have a job if I didn't do what these employers were saying, if I didn't follow the mandates, if I didn't have the little V card and present my card at every establishment I was going to. It was really bad. Yeah. So I did not bend the knee, and we were kind of forced to move. So we moved back to Florida, and that's how I came back.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that what you went through. That's a lot of work. Like it's already a lot of work to be working.
Now think about that situation times 1,000, 10,000. A lot of people lost jobs. A lot of people had no other choice but to bend the knee for their jobs, for their livelihood, for their homes. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people lost everything and had to pick up and move and start all over again. So when we talk about these politics, it very much can trickle down to our daily lives. And that's what I'm afraid of. That's why I don't want big government. I want small government. I want more power to the states. And that's why Florida, for me, was a state that had freedom of choice, parental rights, school choice. A lot of the laws that were passed in Florida by the governor was like to the T for somebody like me. So a lot of people migrated to other states when these political little wars were happening. That's why it's so important. That's why I love talking about this stuff.
You know, that's just it's crazy. I mean, there's a lot of disability benefits up here. That's why I'm here, because my brother has autism.
Yeah.
And my family lives up here. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm in New York, because of New York State. I'm not in New York City.
Right.
So New York City is different from New York State.
Very much so when it comes to like the laws and the things like that. In the city is really bad. You can't even have a gun in the city.
Well, see, the thing
is it because there's so many people to fucking control?
Well, I'll answer your question. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Well, see, the thing is that with New York State outside the cities, is it still a Democratic state? Yes, it is. But there are a lot of counties in New York that are conservative. And I mean, you could drop down somewhere in New York State out on a farm somewhere and get the same reaction, same political viewpoints as if you went and dropped down in Oklahoma somewhere. So that's why there may be a lot of folks in New York State that, you know, they're probably in a conservative county, so they don't see all the corruption and all the control that's going on in the city area.
Yeah, I would say that's true.
Right. And then
That makes
and
sense.
then some laws in the city. And I do think that this was attributed to like the mafia, like back in the day. They changed a lot of laws and a lot of things when it comes to stuff like that. And in the city, you're not even allowed to have a gun, which is unconstitutional. But that's New York City. They have powerful people behind them, I guess, that nothing really has been done about it. But yeah, if you get caught with a gun, you're going to jail for it. So, I was just like, I'm done. I'm good. I'm going to go to a state that I can carry my gun without permits. I don't need to hide it. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Florida's Florida and Texas were my two number one states. And then after the election, when I saw, I think it was Oklahoma that was all red. Was it Oklahoma? That the whole entire state, like all the counties were red after this election. I was like, you know what? Oklahoma but might be my third choice. If I were ever to move, I would go to Oklahoma. Okay, so change of topic really quickly since Fallen is here. Okay, what?
Wait,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want to say this because I'm in New York State, and New York. When people hear New York, they hear New York City.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm in a safe area in New York, so that means that other people are in a safe area that are democratic and they're safe.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like you should be able to protect what's yours.
Right.
Yes, it's very constitutional. Yes. I just don't know. The city's like in a chokehold with whatever politician or money that's behind it. They have very, very unconstitutional laws that if you get caught in the city, it's horrible. That's what happened to Daniel Penny.
It's the same situation in California. I mean, when you hear California, you think LA, San Francisco, you think of the big cities. But there's a lot of red in California as well. Lots of red. Same as with New York State. And so what we got to look at, what the American people have got to look at is these large cities, who has been running them for all these years? I mean, you just look at Detroit. Detroit was people wanted to move to Detroit back in the 20s, the 30s, and the 40s. It was a booming city. It was doing great. And it wasn't until that city got infiltrated and Democratic control took over. And there's people dying every day in Detroit, and people are leaving that city, and they have been for years because of the corruption and everything that's going on and people not feeling safe there.
Yep. Okay, so are you ready to move on really quickly?
I am.
Okay. So if anybody does remember when Fallen was here a while back, we did discuss the topic of abortion. And
Are you
then
going to go into that now?
Just briefly, because I don't want to spend too much time here. Just briefly. Because Fallen and I had a private DM that was very really good in my opinion. And I said we should definitely talk about this live. So just to refresh everybody's memory, I was in the position of absolute abolition. Fallen was in the position of, she was questioning and well, speak for yourself, Fallen. How do you feel about it now? Are you pro-choice
we're talking about you said abortion, like that's like abortion to me. Or maybe I don't even know. Maybe to me is facts. I don't know. But I've never aborted a child. But in order to abort a child, they have to be already formed, which means the sperm.
Right.
The sperm has to be able to connect with the
egg. Right.
Now, if you could have a medicine where the egg and the sperm don't touch, they're just like that.
Right.
Then there's nothing that formed. If there's nothing that formed, then it's not abortion, which is a plan B.
Right. Okay. So that was the discussion that we had there. She was asking me, well, Ruby, what do you think about a plan B? And we did discuss a little bit about plan B in that other episode. Now this is the point that I wanted to make.
Or birth control pills, because Plan B is
Right.
similar to birth control pills.
Right.
That's what I looked up.
Any pill or procedure, I am 100% against. And the reason why I'm against the pill specifically is because just like that explanation you just gave, in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, well, how do we even know whether or not it has been fertilized? We don't know that. When you take the pill, you don't know how fast the things work. We don't know any of that. To the best of my knowledge. Maybe in the science world, they do know how fast a sperm and an egg can fertilize. And they created the pill to prevent that from happening. But in my heart, I don't trust that. So I would be against taking the pill because in my personal opinion, if it does prevent the fertilization, okay, I would agree maybe it's not an abortion, but you are preventing a life from happening, and I would also be against that. Go ahead, Fallen.
Okay, wait. Oh, okay, wait. I'm glad that you prevented it, because if it was okay, let me tell you something. If I was raped by my own father, obviously that's a very sensitive topic. Okay, let me put that out there. This is very sensitive. I don't want you to think that I'm advertising rape, because I'm not advertising rape. Especially, well, not even especially, but rape in general. Okay, it's just if I had my dad seed inside of me, he could create this living being. Now, obviously, this living being, I'm going to remember everything that happened and how it happened, and which was rape. I would adopt. I would have him for adoption. I don't want to see that baby ever again. But that's my personal opinion. But if you can get a plan B to prevent the rape from further doing anything, then okay, it is what it is. You didn't get a baby. You didn't get a baby because there was some kind of like, I don't know. When you take a pill, it makes your body like more as a female. When you take certain drugs, it makes your body produce something like a barrier.
It stops the hormones from producing to fertilize the egg.
Like a wall, like a border, like everybody else is putting a border for their land. Like Trump is putting a border, right?
Yes, I agree with you.
People to, you know what I'm saying? You don't want
I know what you're saying.
coming through. And you don't want the population to come through America. So then that's the same with Plan B, bro. It's not Plan A abortion.
I totally get that.
Plan
But
B.
what I'm but this is why I'm telling you, yes, that may be true.
Abortion's killing. You're killing somebody. If you're aborting them, you're killing them. But if you have a Plan B, you didn't fucking kill anything. You didn't do anything. You just hurt his sperm. His sperm wasn't strong enough to go through me, man. That's it.
I get that. But through my own personal journey with politics and just like morals and values and my religious beliefs, I would go that extra mile. And this is why some people call me extreme, because I would also be in disagreement with a Plan B. I wouldn't have it in the market. I wouldn't have it available. I don't want that at all.
Okay, so you don't have a map for your body?
What do you mean?
We have a map for America. We have fucking abortions by putting a fucking border, bitch. We can Mexicans and we can't fuck America. We can't fuck Canadians, right? Think about it.
Yeah. Yes, I know that 99% of America agrees with what you just said. Now, this is why I told you this is really good to talk about, is because there are some people out there that would even consider Plan B that prevents the pregnancy from even happening. And that's what we're saying when we say I'm pro-life or like I am an abolitionist. It is because I am in pure support of the life to come to be born, to have the right to live, to speak for the unborn, even the little cell that is fertilized. That's who I'm speaking
Right.
for. So
But
And
at
see,
the
the thing
same
is,
time, let me tell you this. At the same time, you even agreed with me that the rapist should be killed.
the death penalty should be for the rapist, not for the unborn child, right?
But if you had a plan B, then nothing would have been born in the first place in your stomach.
Yeah, I
And
know.
they wouldn't have remembered anything.
Right. Jimmy had a point. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I just wanted to say your views on this issue has evolved over the years, hasn't it, Ruby?
Very much so. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to speak to that.
I think I did briefly in the previous episode. So
You
when
have, you have, but maybe
Yeah.
some people didn't get it, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so I'll just explain really quickly. So in 2015, 2016, I was very much pro-choice. I was living in New York City. I was one of those people that said my body, my choice, right? Those chants were going on those summers. And then, like I've explained my own personal struggles with that, when I had to deal with that, it was very mentally destructive. It made me depressed. I felt pressured. I went through a lot of those emotions that the pro-life movement talks about, of how women can become very pressured. And then I already explained to you guys my own mistakes in life, that when I did those things, that didn't give me an excuse. That doesn't mean that just because I did it, I'm not allowing another woman to do it. No, I very much take accountability and I say, yeah, because I did it, that's why I'm like this. It's because I did do it and I was depressed. So why would I want that for another woman? So I would promote adoption. I would promote pregnancy centers. I would support things that give the woman money or help or resources, instead of telling her to get rid of it or to take a pill and then have that woman be guilty like I was, and go through a lot of mental turmoil because of this decision that we shouldn't even be worried about. You know what I'm saying? Like, why doesn't this country incentivize children, make us happy to have children, promote children? But all they're telling us is children are a burden. They're going to drag you. They're going to ruin your career. You can't, you know
Well,
what I'm saying? Like,
we know
yeah.
what that goes back. We know what that goes back to, though.
Right.
It just
Right.
it goes it all goes back to the depopulation agenda.
Right.
And it started with Margaret Sanger.
Okay. First off, like this I personally, I only believe in abortion if you were raped, which is very sensitive. Like that. The reason why I do is because I'm strong. Like if I was raped, I'll go through the pregnancy, but I will give up the baby. I will give up the
Right.
baby. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
I agree.
I will give it up because it wasn't meant to me. But for other people, good for you. But when it comes to a plan B, don't put that on yourself. Like, especially if you were raped, like you got a plan B because that person, had sex with you and you didn't plan that to happen. Some people get drunk and you're not mentally there. And I was planned. My mother planned me. She wasn't drunk. So I was a blessing in that sense. I'm going to say that. But other people, and I'm going to say rape victims, there are people that are out here that exist from a rape incident.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put that on you. I can't judge you for it, because guess what? You survived. You exist for a reason. They loved you. Just like me. I have a disability. It's right here. And my mom still could have done something. She could have gotten rid of me, just like people in China that have disabilities. I'm an American child. I have a disability. Like some people with Down syndrome. He was 5 months old in the belly and was killed. Like for me,
I'm against that.
In my opinion, like that's crazy. Like you fucking had a baby that was formed in your belly. That for 5 months. You had 5 months to think about this, but you decided to kill him.
Right. I'm totally against that. Yep.
But a plan B, you can't make a baby because the sperm has to go to the egg in your belly.
Right.
It's not
Right.
formed. It's not there. It's just not existent. It's just not. So
And
everything else is a
I
conscious.
acknowledge that.
Hey,
I would
as a
acknowledge
Jehovah's Witness,
your point. I would acknowledge your point, but I would say, me personally, I would not be in agreement with a plan B.
well,
That's
as a
just
Jehovah's
me.
Witness, man, you have to have a 2-witness rule.
Well, you know what? This is the last question I'll take on it, because it's a good question. JG is asking me, do you fundamentally believe that you should only have sex with the intention to procreate? And you know what? I'm getting there. I'm
You know
almost.
what? I'm gay. You know what? I am gay. And you know what? I don't have to fucking worry about all this shit in the first place if you were gay and a homosexual in the first place.
Right. But if I were to say 100% I agree with JG, then I would be against that too, because I would be in promotion of the opposite sex being together for the main purpose of procreation, and you could only do that with a man and a woman. So I'm not there yet specifically, but I'm leaning there, because I still have to. Yep, I still have to think about it.
I'll be the auntie. I'll be the auntie. Okay, I'll take care of your kids. You can go on vacation, see the animals. I got all the animals and my wife, and you got your husband and all your 10,000 children.
I want to make a political point to this. As far as Ruby saying that, why aren't we incentivizing having children? Okay, so we've already talked about I
don't want a child.
The propaganda or the depopulation agenda. We've already talked about that. Everybody knows about that. But there are certain leaders throughout history that have promoted people having children. And you can look this up. One of them was Hitler. Hitler was offering the German people, the German families, like $5,000 for each child that they would have.
Right. National Socialism.
Because he wanted to build the population boom so that he could build up Germany.
Right.
Gaddafi did the same thing. Gaddafi was promoting families and paying them to have children. And I think there was one I just recently saw. I want to say Iberia, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go back and look it up. But there's another country out there right now that's doing the same thing, saying that they will pay families to have children.
That's what I'm talking about.
And so now let's look at that agenda. Let's just take Hitler and Gaddafi, because we know those are facts and that happened. But what happened to them?
They killed them.
That was, well, let's just go with that then. But you can see that the agenda that they had went against what the deep state globalists want. So they got crushed.
Right. Exactly.
So there's that.
Right.
I'm not for having a child personally. I don't want a child because, first off, you have to be responsible, and I don't want to be responsible for another human. So I don't want to have sex with a man because I'm a woman and I can produce a child if sperm were to come into me. All right. Now I'm gay, so I don't have to worry about it.
Right, but it is still good to explore your political side of things. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still good to debate it or have conversation and be open-minded. Like, it took me a couple years to change my perspective on that. So it's still good to discuss, which is why I wanted to give it a shot again, since we had that convo in the DMs. But now I do want to move on to the title I have here. Discussion: Shiloh Hendrix, Prince Harry, Paula White, and more. Now, these three people, and I forgot about Paula White a really long time ago, but I have to bring it up because it bothers me so much. And I don't know why Trump appointed Paula White to be in whatever office she's in I don't even know what it's called. But as soon as I saw that name, as soon as I saw the stuff that she was talking about, I highly, highly disagree with it. And this is another reason why I don't want women in government. Why? And it's not just because she's a woman, but it kind of like to myself, it validates my own bias, because I'm like, look at her. Oh my God, you know what I'm saying? Like, it gets me upset. So look at this post.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Sorry,
No,
go ahead.
go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead.
No, you were headed in the direction that I think you're going. Go ahead.
Yeah, like it bothers me. And this happened right before Easter, I think it was. Yeah, right before Easter. Look at what she says.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross. Don't miss your moment to release
Are you
7
kidding me?
supernatural blessings and...
Yo, when I saw that, I was on the floor.
All right, so
because she's fucking submissive and fucking she's
a
what the
fraud.
Bible teaches.
She's a fraud. Go ahead, Jimmy. What were you gonna say?
So here's my whole thinking with the whole Paula White thing, and this just goes back to game theory. When Trump puts some people out there, he puts them out there to shine a spotlight on them. And I think one of the groups that and some people are going to disagree with this, and some people are going to push back against this, but I totally believe it. I think one of these sections of folks that really need to wake up to what's going on in this world are the hardcore religious Christians. That's my opinion. I don't think a lot of them are as awake to what's going on in this world. And if you put somebody in that position who she is looked at in that community as one of the leaders or whatever, but then she does something crazy, those people are going to be like, what the hell is she doing?
Right.
You know, she's being exposed. So that's my take on this whole Paula White thing.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, she's too religious, man. Like, what the fuck?
No, that's not even religious, in my opinion. That's like false prophet. She's no different than the governing body. It's these people in these culty denominations, in my opinion, and then they infiltrate government, which I am also against. She should not be anywhere near the White House. Go ahead, Jimmy.
And if you listen to the rhythm of her speaking, it is the same rhythm that the governing body does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. That should, if a president is religious, right, Catholic, Christian, whatever, they should do that privately. They should take their religious thing or priest or pastor, whatever. That should be all private. The way he appointed her like this out in the open, there's like a whole office that she's in charge of. I'm in total disagreement of it. And then it's like it's like double worse for me because she's also a woman. So it just bothers me in all the wrong ways.
Yeah, I think there's more at play there.
Yeah, that's
all right.
I mean,
mm-hmm.
It's not woman. It's just a brainwash. I think it's a brainwash.
Yeah, it's horrible. I'm like, why?
But they use women. That's the thing. They use women. That's why it's a brainwash.
Good point. Good point. I agree with that. Okay, so I just wanted to show you guys about that Paula White and how I've missed that for a couple of weeks. Now, the next topic, which I think is going to take us a long time, if anybody doesn't know who Shiloh Hendrix is, she just went viral on the internet. Jimmy, do you know about this story?
When I went to go look to see if you had posted our link yet, I saw Shiloh whatever Jenkins, was it?
Hendrix.
Hendrix. I was like, who the hell is Shiloh Hendrix?
Mm-hmm.
So
Did you look it up?
I had to do a quick search, and it has something to do with, if I'm correct, her leaving. Nah, crap. She did some GoFundMe thing. I don't know the whole story. So go ahead. I forgot.
All right, guys. So let me know in the chat if you have already seen this story.
And I'll just give you my initial reaction as I hear the story.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy story. We're going to talk about it. So allegedly, this woman was at the park with her child. Now, mind you, she's white. And apparently, she called a child at the park the N-word.
5-year-old.
Yes, I saw that one. I saw that on Instagram.
Okay, so this is all allegedly.
Facebook.
Okay, allegedly the child was 5 years old. We're gonna go into this. And somebody at the park was recording her, confronting her, saying, "Did you actually say this to a child? Like, why would you say this to a child?" She flips him off and confirms what she allegedly did. Okay, so I'm gonna play the clip, and then we're gonna discuss it.
You call him a nigger, the child? Did you call the child the nigger word? It is my own business. You call him a nigger? Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody dig into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumb
That little kid, you call him a nigger? Yeah. The little child? Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child, 5-year-old, a nigger, the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Huh.
Fuck off.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
Okay, so the volume was really low and the words were not blanked, so I don't know if my video, I'm gonna have to trim this out later. So if you were here live, you saw it live. So apparently you heard it in the clip. Allegedly, the child stole her diaper bag. She calls the child a name. He pans over to the supposed child. It is not a 5-year-old child. That's one thing that I saw on the clip. That kid was way taller, maybe 10 years old, 11 years old. But that's not even the point. The point is, I wanted to ask everybody's opinion, even the chat. How do you feel about this? Because she made a GoFundMe and she made over $500,000 raising money for her family, because now she says, I'm going to have to relocate. My life is destroyed. They doxed her.
I have a comment.
Okay, Fallen, go ahead.
So my ancestors are black. I'm half Filipino and half white, Caucasian. Right. So I never was raised around that word because the N-word was originated in America against black people. Spanish, negro, right? In Tagalog, negro. It's the same thing because in Tagalog, Philippines, they were conquered by the Spaniards for 300 years. So they used the N-word. So we were called short black people because Filipinos are short as fuck. That's why I'm short. And we're dark. If you look at our skin, it's darker than a white person or like a lighter person, right? But if you travel to the Philippines now in 2025, you're going to see mestizos, which is people that look more Spanish. Now, the indigenous people are more dark, like my family. My family's dark because when you're under the sun, which is up in the sky, whether you're a flat earther or whatever, the sun makes you dark. So my point is, personally, I don't say the N-word. I just don't.
Right, me neither. Right.
I just don't.
Right.
I was never raised to do it. I was never raised. And I had black friends that never said it because they were Jehovah's Witnesses.
Right, right. So how do you feel about this video? Do you think that was
Should have said little boy. I think she should have said little boy. Like,
right?
color doesn't matter. You could
Right.
be white and say you're ignorant.
Oh yeah, but I don't think that was about color. I don't think it was about color. The word I don't really think is about color. But go ahead, Jimmy. What was your point?
I call BS on this whole thing.
Really? Why?
Here's the reason why. Okay. What is the one thing that the media knows they can get a huge reaction out of?
Emotional stuff. Yeah.
Well, what did Fallon say?
Racism.
Racism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you say that the media has been losing control of all the stories that have been coming out lately?
Yeah.
Okay.
After George Floyd. Yeah.
Yeah. So they've been losing control. Their propaganda on a lot of other issues is not working. They've tried the whole attack Trump stuff. That's not worked. So they're going back to their playbook and use racism as a way to get attention. And the reason I say that is because at the end of the video, the guy says, "Oh, well, we'll just see what the internet says about this."
Right.
That was a red flag for me as soon as he said that.
Yup.
And then the other thing is what have we learned about red hats? Red hats will do whatever they are told to do as long as they get paid.
Right. Yeah.
And so she opens up a GoFundMe and then all this money comes pouring in. Well, where is that money coming from?
A lot of people on the internet.
That's what we're told. So, I mean, just like with the Act Blue money, there was all good calls, but we already know about Act Blue. So I call BS on me, just me personally. I don't even care about the story. I call BS on it. I think it's propaganda.
Okay. Well, on the other hand, do you know about the story of Carmelo Anthony?
Is that the one with the kid that got killed at the track or whatever?
Yes. So thank you to their real love, because on the other hand, Carmelo Anthony was a black man or boy. I don't know if they're minors.
Yeah.
And he allegedly killed a white boy on the track field, and they also opened up a GoFundMe, and it was neck and neck with Shiloh's GoFundMe, and that's kind of like a digital race war, because they're seeing who's going to make the most money when it comes to this racial stuff.
Okay, we better stop this right now, because this is not sports. Okay, this is not sports.
Well, yeah, but right there tells me that that's
serious shit. Okay, you're talking about a life here, and you're talking about color. Like, come on, what's your favorite color? Red.
But that's the problem. That's what we're saying.
What are you gonna do? Kill me because my favorite color is red?
No.
No. This is a separate.
Yeah,
no, I think you're misunderstanding.
I don't understand what point she's trying to make.
My point is trying to make. Okay, I'm trying to make a point here. You said that there's a race war, like you're fighting against each other and killing each other over being a race, like being a certain color.
No.
That's been going on for years.
Right, but this one specifically, these two stories is what I'm saying. It's very similar to the same race wars we see in the media. How they're trying to blow up these stories just because the people are white and black in these stories.
Correct.
And they're raising money. Well, in the Carmelo Anthony story, it was a white boy who was in a high school track field, and there was another high school boy, and he was black, which is Carmelo. He stabbed him, and he ultimately died. And then they did a GoFundMe, and they raised over $500,000 for this boy because he murdered a white kid, and the comments were insanely racist. That in promotion of it.
So the kid that did the murdering is making all this money, a black guy, and then you have a white woman who did everything that she was doing, and now she's making all this money.
Right, exactly.
So
that's the point. Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I call bullshit on both of these. I'm not saying that it didn't happen, the incidents didn't happen. I just think it's been, I think it's been created.
First off, don't involve color. Let's do that. Like
Well, yeah, that's
maybe
what we
Trump was
all would
right.
love to do.
Maybe Trump was right. Maybe we should be colorblind and be disabled, right? You want to be fucking disabled?
Well, that's the point of understanding these things in the political world, because these things happen, they politicize these events, they
Yes.
blow it up, they
Yes.
make people super emotional about it, they go rioting, they go protesting, all
Yep.
because the media blows up these stories the wrong way, because I think it's highly inappropriate for either one of those cases to be
Right.
making money off of what's
Absolutely.
going on.
Absolutely.
Right. It's your color. Like, I'm not gonna kill a person for what's your favorite color? Blue? Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
And we don't even know the motive for that. We don't know why he stabbed him, but just because they're black and white, they're blowing this issue up. We don't even know the facts yet. So this is why I wanted to kind of bring it up, because now Shiloh Hendrix, she's making a lot of money. The whole political world is talking about it, and there are a lot of people who are in agreement that this money should go to her, that she should protect her family, because ever since she did that, she's been doxxed. They put her address on the internet. They put her social security number. Her family's in danger. They're getting death threats. But there's a plot twist. So get ready, everybody, because the man... So here's the plot twist. Sorry.
Go ahead.
The man behind the camera is allegedly a pedophile. Now, why would a pedophile be at a children's park? I know.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm gonna show it to you right now. And I'm gonna say allegedly because I don't know for sure. You can look it up yourself. Here's the picture of the man behind the camera. They show you the child on the right-hand side that was accused of stealing the diaper bag. And on the bottom left-hand corner, it shows you the mug shots of him and another man. And the article says, 2 Rochester men will appear in court May 5th on joint charges of 3rd and 5th degree criminal sexual conduct after being accused of raping a 16-year-old after offering her a place to stay. Now, if anybody is interested in those kind of details, definitely look it up, because that article right there, a bunch of people are arguing whether or not that's him or if he actually was convicted. You know, now people want to get technical about whether or not he actually committed the crime. But he was definitely accused of it, because you see his mugshot right there. So that's the huge plot twist.
I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah, this whole thing stinks to high heavens.
Like I married a black man. I'm not fucking racist, but that doesn't mean anything either. Like, I had friends that were black. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Like, if I'm not attracted to you, I'm your friend. Like if I'm attracted to you, then I'm your friend. But like, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care. Like, what does color have to do with anything?
And see, that's the problem, Fallen. There's a lot of people that feel that way, that they don't care about color, but that's what the deep state uses to keep people divided. They want people fighting about color. That's what they want, because then people can't unite because they're fighting amongst each other. It's kind of like, we've used the expression before on the round table, and we've even said this before in the big picture. If you take a jar of red ants and black ants, and you put them in a jar together, and you just set that jar, and you set the jar down.
Wait.
Hold on.
Are they really red?
Yes, they're really red and black ants.
But can ants see color?
Hang on. Hang on. Let me give you
if they can't see color, then it doesn't mean shit.
Hold on, but listen to what I'm saying. Hang on a second. If you take the jar and you set it down, the black ants and the red ants, they get along. Now, if you take that jar and you shake it up and you pour it out, the black ants and the red ants will start fighting each other.
But isn't that smell? Are they smelling each other,
No,
or are they
that doesn't
looking at
matter.
each other?
You're thinking too
deeply.
Yeah. Well, the point of the story is the red ants and the black ants had no problems with each other. Like black people and white people, we don't have a problem with each other. But when somebody shakes the jar and pours them out, they start fighting. So when news stories come out like this, and like George Floyd, and like every other story that's just surrounded by race, that's the deep state shaking the jar to get everybody fighting and arguing.
Right.
And then they kill each other. So that is what is going on here, in my opinion.
Right. Well, then, you know what needs to happen? We should have in educational systems what racism really means, and it doesn't mean smell, and it doesn't mean look. Like it means like what does racism mean? I don't know.
And they've tried that they tried the whole critical race theory. They've tried to implement these things in the school systems, but again, I think that's a state's issue. The states should.
But every one of those programs have been designed to pit people against each other,
which is a problem. It shouldn't be governmental. It shouldn't be by the government, right?
Yo, man, I just
it's a lot to think about, but this
gossip.
is why
it's fucking gossip.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you want to listen to gossip on social media, you're fucking dumb. You're fucking dumb.
What do you mean it's gossip? What's gossip? What are you talking about?
Everything that we fucking said about that white woman talking about that 5-year-old, like there was certain gossip that made me think that, oh, that white woman's wrong, but maybe that she's not wrong. And then I heard about what Ruby said, and it's like about that guy.
So
what's his name again?
Steven, or what was his name?
Steven. Yeah. Like I didn't know about that until now. So it's like gossip. We're talking about shit.
So
we're not intelligent like ants. Ants are different. They're different. Like they have pheromones and shit. If you put a pheromone on an ant, they're gonna treat you differently because you smell differently.
Okay. I just lost my question I was going to ask you. Hang on. Oh Lord, it came to me and went away.
Okay.
Crap.
No,
it's
okay.
Sorry.
I'm just saying that our senses are more than just what we see.
I remember what I was going to say. You're just hearing about these stories, right?
Yes.
Is it stirring up emotion inside you?
Obviously. Yeah.
That's the point. That's what they're trying to do. I hear these stories. Do you see me getting emotional about it?
No, because you got testosterone in you, bitch.
I got what?
You're a fucking man, okay? You got more testosterone than me.
But that doesn't. There's my wife. She hears about this stuff, and she's like, yeah, this is bullshit. This is fabricated.
Okay, well, she's more educated. That's the word.
Well, sometimes these things do get me emotional, but the reason why I bring it up is so that people can see what's going on out there. They're going to blow this up. They want riots. They want protests. They want people to be upset about this. They want all the political commentators to get in on it so that people could start taking sides. People could start canceling. People could start unsubscribing. It's like another moment of division based on an opinion, because whether or not you agree or disagree with her, when you really dig down to the fundamentals of the video and everything that happened there, who cares if they're black and white? The fundamental thing that was in there was when he said that's hate speech, in my opinion, because now people are trying to police other people's speech, whether or not she said it to a child. The real problem is the speech, because he said, let's see what the internet thinks about that.
Yeah, that right there, and throwing out the whole.
That's what bothers me.
And throwing out the key word, the key phrase, the trigger words they like to use, hate speech. Let's see what the internet says. And then she gets money, and then the other guy, it's all, to me, it's all BS.
Exactly.
With that said,
So then that means that Jimmy, like, what do you think about the other person then?
what other person?
The videographer?
The one that's not bullshit.
Which one isn't?
They're both bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, they're both bullshit.
Yeah, that's his opinion.
That's
Yeah.
my point. That's my point. Yeah. So anyway, with that said, let me log off for a little bit because I got to go feed my baby possums. And so let me get them taken care of and get my coffee ready for the morning. And then I'll be back a little later, but I am going to stay logged on so I
Okay,
can
right.
listen. So
Yeah, I'll put you backstage, and then when I see you come back up, I'll bring you back up to the stage.
So what
do you do that's cool.
now?
That's cool.
Okay. Do you want me to wait for you to talk about Prince Harry?
Y'all can talk. I mean, it don't matter. I'll give my
Okay.
opinion about it when I come back.
Okay. All right. See you soon,
Me
Jimmy.
and you can talk.
Okay, so in the meantime, I do have some good news. We can just like kind of not talk about politics for about 10 minutes. So good news. If anybody doesn't know by now, I passed my test. I was studying for a week and a half for my state license to sell insurance in Florida. So I passed the test. I passed everything I needed to do. I finally got my license numbers. So I am officially an insurance broker in the state of Florida. Everybody put the clapping
That's
emoji
awesome.
in the chat. Thank
That's
you, John
awesome.
Marciano. Thank you, Joseph, Joe and Fran. Thank you, Fallen.
So
Thank you,
wait, your
Dallas.
insurance like takes care of your
Yes. So I can sell life insurance, health insurance, annuities, retirements, IRAs, 401ks, a whole bunch of stuff. I can advise, I can solicit, and I can help families get the coverage that they can afford and deserve.
So you're a lawyer.
No. I'm an insurance broker. So I can customize a policy for a specific person based on their budget, based on their family needs, and then I can be the middleman and get that for them.
Dude,
I know it's so cool.
powerful shit. You're powerful. You got a power, bitch.
Yes, I'm so excited. JG says, did you get business cards? So I am looking into that because I'm considered 1099. I work for myself. I am my own business. So I would have to invest in myself and get business cards. I can do digital business cards. I can do, Facebook ads, Google ads, literally anything. The sky is the limit. I can do it. But I literally just started. So I am already with an agency, which is great. So I'm already like hired on with them. And I have already been talking to all my friends and family, like mutuals on the internet. And hopefully I will be able to start working this week or next week.
That's great.
Yes. So, and if Tony's in the chat, I think Tony entered the chat. She can join. If you're listening, Tony, join with us. Because I am going to talk a little bit about that. And it's not, how do I say this? I'll try to explain this the best way possible. Because in the past, I have always stood up for traditional values, right? I used to always talk about gender roles and kind of like the nuclear family and things like that, right? And some people may take that or probably misunderstood, or maybe I did say it. Who knows? I'm going to have to check back my shows where I said like, women should be homemakers. They shouldn't be working in the real world. Like the fathers should do that and provide for the family, stuff like that. Even though I still do hold those values, that doesn't necessarily, that doesn't mean, or maybe I should correct it now if anybody misunderstood me, that I never meant for that to mean that women should never hold a job or that women should never get a career or that they should never get educated. I never said that. My point was that if you do have young children, you shouldn't sacrifice that, that kid's childhood for a career. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a mother, be a mother. And until they're old enough that they could, go to the bathroom by themselves, feed themselves, be self-sufficient. I don't have a problem with that personally. So I am in support of women getting jobs, women doing things that traditionally years ago was frowned upon, right? Women didn't really work outside the home and things like that. So that was the only correction that I wanted to make, because a lot of people kind of took it as a contradiction that I said something like that, but then I went ahead and got a job for myself, as if I'm contradicting myself. But I just wanted to clarify that really quickly, that just because I got a career now, 10 years after I've had my children, years after they've already been self-sufficient, they're homeschooling, you know what I'm saying? There's a routine in place. I'm not sacrificing myself or sacrificing them having a mother in the home to go pursue a career. You know what I'm saying? Like, be present with your kids, be a mother if you're a mother, but don't have a baby and then leave the baby for somebody else to raise, or put them in a daycare and then go chase after a career. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather the family be self-sufficient on one income, like the father's income, or just one income where you can work from home and you can still be present with your kids. That's the narrative that America is pushing, that other countries, they don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have jobs for women that they can have off of work, or or longer maternity leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, they give the parental leave more time. But in America, we don't have that. And I know that a lot of people don't have the luxury. Like, some mothers have to go back to work. They have to put their kids in a daycare, or they have to, because the economy is so bad that they have to go to work. So I understand that. But that's why I talk about these things, is because I want to change that. In my opinion, that's real feminism, to stand up for women that don't have a choice, that have to go to work. These companies or these jobs should accommodate family values, accommodate having a breastfeeding center if there's women working for you. Have more parental leave, more paternity leave as well, because that's very crucial for the family. But we're so used to just like having a baby and then, okay, daycare, and you pay $700 out of pocket every week for somebody else to basically take care of your kid. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that system. I don't like it. And so yeah, just wanted to clarify that. But I have a great idea for the show. I do have an idea that I want to start creating commercials of like ourselves. So I did create one little advertisement. I'm going to show it to you now. And I'll play it on a loop for maybe 30 seconds so you guys can actually read it and then tell me how you like it. All right, chat. If you saw that little ad, let me know how you like it. It basically says, like, don't delay on securing your life or your health. Work with me as a broker. I will customize a policy for you based on your needs. And then I put my number, my work number, and an email, which is my regular email. But like, that's how you can contact me, because I work for the client, right? For example, I work for you. I don't work for the insurance companies. So I can pick 30 to 40 different companies and customize a plan just for the client. So I'm really excited to start doing that. And that's like my little ad that I started, but I am going to work my way up. I'm going to start creating more ads, maybe like a commercial. Me and Tony were talking about it. I want to create like funny advertisements. Yeah, King Tony's in the chat. There she goes. And you know what else is also good about this is that, is there? There's a typo in health. Thank God I played it for you guys before I start using it. Thank you. Who was it? Yes, 587. Thank you so much. There was an L missing. I hate my keyboard, man. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to fix that. And then I'll re-upload that. Thank you so much, 587. Yeah, another good thing about it is that I can hire other people under my agency with the company that I'm with. So if anybody else was interested in getting their license in their state and wants to become a broker and work from home 100% virtually, I can mentor, I can hire, I can give you all the tools like, the platform. Yeah, exactly. If you're interested, email me and I will start the mentorship.
But what am I doing? That's the job.
So if you want to sell insurance in your state, in some states you have to take a pre-licensing course for a few like 40 to 60 hours. After you complete that, you got to get fingerprinted, background check, and then you got to take the state exam. And then you have to pay the state to actually receive your license. Once all of that is done, you can start becoming your own broker, work for yourself, and all you need is a computer, a phone, and internet, and you can start working.
But like, what am I working for? Because like, I don't know.
So like exactly what I said about working for the client. So you would talk to people who inquire for insurance. They want to purchase, let's say, life insurance, right? I'm the person who calls them and says, I'm coming back to you for your inquiry for insurance. Let's, talk about what needs do you have? What are you looking for? And then I take their information down, name and number, if they have kids, if they're married, if they're healthy or unhealthy, your age, your weight, everything. And then I go window shopping for the person on the computer. I find the policy within their, budget and their needs. And then they place the purchase and it gets sent to them in the mail. That's what you would be doing all day long, talking to people on the phone, setting up appointments. It's like you're working from home, like legit.
Right,
This would be my office.
That's easy.
And
That's easy.
yeah, it's very easy, but it's a lot of work. And it sounds easy, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah, that is a lot of work. That is. I would say because being on the phone with even just
Yep. It's a lot of talking, and you guys already know I can do that.
Yeah.
This comment from Del Real Love. She says, I was working for a bank and I remember this lady lost her husband. He was the main breadwinner. He left her with nothing. She had 4 kids and had a surrender car. She had to surrender the car because she wasn't on anything. Exactly. So you see, in that situation, if he had life insurance on himself and for his wife and his kids, if he suddenly passed away or like he died, they would get the death penalty. They would get money. They would get a lot of money to keep the house, to keep an income for a certain amount of time so that they can figure something out with these unforeseen occurrences. So that's exactly what I would be telling these people. Like, yeah, this is very important to secure your life and your health, because if something happens to you and you have a family who depends on you, what are they going to do if they don't have anything, no money, no nothing? That's when you see all these GoFundMes and people, coming together in the community and things like that. But people like some of us don't have community like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have family or friends that can do that. So an insurance policy would come in handy.
I have a question. Do you have to have a physical in order to have insurance?
Oh yeah, somebody just asked that too. Yeah, they're real love. She said, in order to get insurance, you have to have a physical thing. So I think some people, they do, depending on what they tell me about their medical stuff. But I do also think the insurance policy gets that regardless. They have like an internal system where they would get that so that they can even approve you for a policy. But if you're young, if you're healthy, or let's say you have diabetes or like a heart attack or something like that, you'll have a policy. It'll just be different depending on how severe the health is. It might be a little bit higher premium, like you have to pay a little bit higher, but that's the investment that you're making in case of a loss, in case of a risk, in case of, let's say somebody gets hurt on or off the job and you need income. You can't work for 4 weeks or whatever. An insurance policy would give you money for that
Wow.
too. Yeah, and this is what Jimmy does
Look,
too.
this should bother me because like it's like we're a slave.
Yeah, it's all about perspective, but the way I look at it is just like how you would have car insurance, it's the same thing but for your life. Like if you're in an accident, if something happens to you, you can't work and you have a family depending on you, as like Doreel said, he was the only breadwinner. That's the only income that a family has. That type of insurance would mean everything to that family. So, but there's other things than just life insurance, because like I said, I can do like annuities, retirements and stuff like that. And those are the little secrets that these people gatekeep, because this is how people make wealth. Like you can make generational wealth with certain policies like this, where you're putting money in while you're young, you're working, it's almost like a savings account. There's different types. And then
yeah, you're right. There is different types. I mean, annuities, right? You said annuity.
yeah, and all these retirement funds that I was learning about, and some of them I'm like for like self-employers, employers, employees, group insurances. There's so much out there that it's like now I understand a little bit of the financial world, like people who know about money and who are smart about like stocks and investments and stuff like that. I'm like, oh wow, it's like I learned so much.
My father's very, very good at that. I don't know. I just
Yep, exactly. But before I took this course, I knew absolutely nothing about these things. I never knew how important it was to have health insurance or life insurance or any of those things.
Or an annuity.
Nothing. Never. And I still have to learn about those things. You know what I'm saying? Because I studied it and I did the test, but I want to go deeper.
Kid.
Yeah.
What if you were a kid and you had that annuity?
Well, it would be the parents that get that for you, and you can probably set it up where if the person who's putting in the money dies, that the beneficiary will get that money. That's a lot of money if you're putting in money for 20, 30 years. That will set up the kid for life. You know what I'm saying? Like these are the little life hacks that we don't really know about because nobody teaches us this stuff.
What if a parent takes advantage of the kid's money that they put for life?
No, that's why you get a policy. The policy is like you're creating an estate, and you put contingent beneficiaries, you put a primary beneficiary, you put like there's lots of things you can put in place so that when the minor reaches a certain age, they'll get it. Yeah, it's a whole world of things that I am now going to start diving into.
Oh.
But it's a good thing. It's a good thing. And now that I have this information, this little bit of education that I got, I can help other people. I can help teach other people. I can mentor. I can hire. I can help on the flip side. I could help families understand these things, understand the importance, understand that they're covered. Like you would be I would be the person that they call when something bad happens, right? Or if somebody dies, or whatever. You're the agent. You're the broker that would be there for the family in a hardship. And I like that. I like being the point of contact for somebody. And being able to tell them everything's gonna be okay, you're gonna get this money, yada yada. You're actually making a difference. You're helping people. So that's the only thing that I like about it.
You're able to do this because we're under the American government. Like if you were in the Philippines, you couldn't do this.
Really? They don't have insurance stuff over there?
I don't think so. I mean, my cousin died when she had this baby that died inside of her, and she could have had the baby come out of her. Like, it was a failed pregnancy, so she died because of the baby.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. So sorry to hear that. Damn.
So what do you do
Wow.
about that?
That's very sad. Very sad.
It's a lot to think about.
Yeah, that's very sad.
I have the story. My mom can say it. I can record it. I mean, bro, ever since I left the fucking religion, I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to say it on here. I just don't
Okay.
want to say it on here.
No, that's okay. You don't have to say it
It's
on
too
live.
public. It's just too public right now.
Yeah, but you could DM me on Facebook and we could have a convo on there. Just DM me like after the show. DM me.
All I have to say is America has a power, okay? America has a power, okay? That's
Mhm.
it. We're fucking spoiled.
Yeah, I remember I said that one time in a live.
We're spoiled. We're fucking spoiled, okay? I used to live in the Philippines. I know how it fucking works there. It's nothing like here. It's nothing.
Yep. Yeah, I talk about that all the time. Mhm. But that also comes with a lot of, power, like you said. And that's why I don't like when our government goes into other countries and starts telling them what to do or taking their
Yeah.
minerals or resources, like the whole Ukraine situation. I don't like that. So
Right.
so there's a lot that we have to work on. But like Jimmy says, this is why we talk about it.
Yeah, we have to talk about it because this is the way to be overseas. Like, it takes me hours and hours to get to you, Ruby. Like, where are you again?
Florida.
Florida. So, like, I had to go through 8 states, which is like probably 20 hours, I think.
Yep.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
that I don't even go 20 hours. Like, I have to take a break. I need a piss.
Yeah.
And
oh yeah. Yeah.
you know, like it takes me 5 pisses to get to you.
Oh yeah, I know. We've driven up and down like 3 times. We've driven from Florida to New York and New York back to Florida like 3 or 4 times. So I get it. Okay, so I'm gonna move into the Prince Harry story, and then when Jimmy comes up, I'll just do like a recap for him because this guy, man, do you know about the royal family and Prince Harry fallen?
Sort of.
Okay. So, do you remember when he married Meghan Markle and they were on this whole like media thing about the royal family? They were trashing them and talking about the security, and they were complaining about privacy. And Meghan Markle went on that Oprah Winfrey show and she did a whole like show with Oprah, basically like
I've never seen
complaining.
anything with Oprah. No. I just look, man, I was focused on pioneering. When was this?
Okay, let me see when that was because it was a couple years ago. And you know what? After the show, definitely watch that because it was so.
You gotta tell me how many years ago, because a few years ago could have been a 5. And if it was
Okay.
5 years ago, that was a pandemic.
Okay, Meghan Markle Oprah interview. Okay, let me see when that was. 4 years ago.
Okay, so that's 2021. In 2021, I was still married. I wasn't paying attention because I was focused on the Kingdom Hall. So no, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, so Prince Harry married Meghan Markle, American actress. She goes over there, she lives, the royal life. And then all of a sudden, who knows what happened? They started distancing themselves from the royal family, that they didn't want to work for the family anymore. They wanted to disassociate themselves, right, from the royal family and move to America. But then they go on Oprah Winfrey, they do all these interviews, Meghan and Prince Harry really, really threw the family under the bus.
What?
Yeah, and it was for a really long time. Like they built a whole brand over throwing the royal family under the bus. They accused them of racism. They accused them of a lot of different things. And it was really sad to see all of that happening. And then he came out with a book, Prince Harry's
Well, he
book.
sounds like he's trying to defend himself. Yeah.
So he writes the book. It's called Spare. As soon as that book came out, I got it from the library. I read it. I was eating it up.
I didn't read it.
Well, this is just like the timeline, right? And then after the book, they continue to do interviews, and then people, it was so bad that like even SNL was making fun of them, South Park was making fun of them, everybody was making fun of them because they're crying on the internet about privacy, but at the same time, they're going on the internet complaining about how bad it was to be in the royal family. Like, it was such entitlement, in my opinion, right?
Sounds like a cult.
Exactly, but that's his family at the exact same time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right? Yeah,
that's his
fine,
father,
yeah.
his
I see what
grandmother,
you're
his
saying.
brother.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you throw them under the bus just because of what you claim, that they did to you? Whatever. So now, a new development was that his father, King Charles, he denied his son, Prince Harry, the security that they give the family. I guess like he didn't have to pay for it. It was just through the royal family, right? So he finally cut that off. So if you want to get your own security, you're going to have to pay for it now, basically, right?
Right.
But this is what Prince Harry just said recently on May 2nd. I'm going to play the clip. It's about 5 minutes.
May 2nd of what?
This year, a few days ago. He said this a few days.
Wait, who's Prince Harry? The father?
No, this is Prince Harry right here, the redhead.
Okay, but who's he in relation to? This is the guy that. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Yes. So his father is the king right now, King Charles, in Britain. So I'm gonna play this clip because this is gonna show you, or hopefully it shows people how he really thinks, how he talks, how he views the family and stuff like that. Because this is, like I told you, this is a long saga from 2021 that they've been throwing the family under the bus. So let's see what Harry says.
I can't see a world in which I would be bringing my wife and children back to the UK at this point. And the things that they're going to miss is, well, everything. I love my country. I always have done, despite what some people in that country have done. So I miss the UK. I miss parts of the UK. Of course I do, and I think it's really quite sad that I won't be able to show my children my homeland. And I think what really worries me more than anything else about today's decision, depending on what happens next, is that it's set a new precedent that security can be used to control members of the family, and effectively what it does is imprison other members of the family from being able to choose a different life. If for me security is conditional on having an official role, one that both myself and my wife wished to carry on, but then was rejected, not by Ravek, was rejected by the royal household. And the result to that is you lose your security. That basically says that you can't live outside of their control if you want to be safe.
Do you want the court battle to continue? Do you want to try to see this get to the Supreme Court?
I don't want any battles to continue. There is way too much suffering and way too much conflict in the world. At the heart of it is a family dispute. And it makes me really, really sad that we're sitting here today, 5 years later, where a decision that was made, most likely, in fact, I know, to keep us under the roof. But then once they realized that wasn't going to work, once they realized that, myself, my wife, and our kids are happier outside of the institution, then please just look at the facts. Look at the risks, look at the threat, look at the impact that if anything was to happen to me, my wife, or my father's grandchildren, if anything was to happen to them, look where the responsibility lies. So there's a duty of care that has been completely thrown out the window. And that doesn't feel great. So for me, having an official role was conditional on keeping security. But for everybody else, people who have chosen this life to enter into public office and then leave, get it for life, regardless of whether they have risk or threat to their name. And by the way, I agree with that. I think that is absolutely the right thing to do. That if you come in and you serve your country, even if it's a minimum of 4 years, that you get the protection that you require because of your public service. I was born into this position. It wasn't a choice. I've served my country for 35 years. I believe that I am still continuing to serve my country. Public service is my life. That is the dedication that will never change. And then all the other bits and pieces that are added to that. There are very, very real threats that exist out there. Some that are known about, some that have been withheld. And for people in power and responsibility of decisions to know that those threats and risks exist, but to turn around and say, well, because you don't have an official role, your life doesn't actually matter anymore. Well, you can imagine how I feel about that, but you can also imagine, not even imagine, that is the most illogical argument in the history of arguments. At this point, I'm feeling very let down. It's the minority of people, especially those that read the tabloids and the press themselves. The press themselves have incited so much hatred towards myself, my wife, and even our children. That's hard to forgive. I actually couldn't believe it. I thought with all the disagreements and all of the chaos that's happening, the one thing that I could rely on is my family keeping me safe. And not only did they decide to remove my security in the UK, but they also signaled to every single government around the world not to protect us. I would love reconciliation with my family. There's no point in continuing to fight anymore. As I said, life is precious. I don't know how much longer my father has. He won't speak to me because of this security stuff. But it would be nice to reconcile. As I learned through the First Nations throughout Canada, because of the Invictus Games, their goal in life was always truth and reconciliation. And I turned around to them in many conversations and I said, right, but reconciliation can't come without truth. Well, I've now found out the truth. I've shared some of it with you today. A lot of it exists out there, whether people choose to ignore it or not. So it would be nice to have that reconciliation part now. If they don't want that, that's entirely up to them.
Wow. He sounds like an apostate.
What do you mean by that? If
I don't know. I mean, a lot of people say things about apostates that I thought were just insane. That I couldn't believe them. But maybe I should believe them.
Okay, all right. I could see that. But if you've been, for somebody like me who has been following this man even before he got married, and then when he did, and then the whole media frenzy that they've created a brand around trashing his own family, writing the book, saying a lot, throwing them under the bus, and then complaining about the UK as if it was unsafe for them to even live there. That was the reasoning behind them moving to Canada and then to America. Now he's complaining about the security stuff, and you already heard what he said about that. It all seems like a front to me. It's like a distraction. This is what I would call rich people problems. It's like he wants to say it as if this is such a problem, and the safety matters so much. And it's like, dude, you're like a multi-millionaire. You're a freaking royal. If you wanted to, you could do your own thing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I didn't think about that. Okay.
Oh yes, Gigi. Thank you. Don't forget about the Netflix doc. That was oh my gosh, that was worse than the book. That was worse than the interview with Oprah Winfrey. If you see the Netflix show, whatever they did, documentary on Netflix with him and Megan. Oh my gosh. And I remember watching and eating up every little piece of it until I was just like, these are problems within a family that has nothing to do with us. Exactly. Royal privilege. Thank you, Jesse. Because it's like they're trying to cry to us normies or like to us peasants. Meanwhile, you're a freaking prince. Like, stop crying on the internet right now. Like, stop crying on TV. You are rich as hell. Like, stop it. You know that
Yo,
meme with
I
Michael
didn't
Jordan?
think about
Please
that because I
stop
didn't know that. I didn't know that. I'm just look, man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm smoking a
Mm.
cigarette.
Oh, that's fine. I was smoking it up for my birthday stream, and Jimmy does it too.
And because of this, I'm kind of loopy right now. So it's like I'm not hearing everything. I'm just like, I'm a citizen. I'm not totally in control of everything. I'm just here.
That's fine. You can hang out and just be here with us. It looks like Jimmy's back. Hi, Jimmy. Hi,
Oh,
Jimmy.
hey, give me about five. I just sent you a text. Give me
Yo,
about
it's
5 more minutes. I
Jimmy.
got my dogs out and I got to put them up too. So
Oh, okay.
put me backstage and I'll be back in 5 minutes. But while I'm gone, speaking of the Royals, let's throw some conspiracy in here real quick because that's what we do too at this late hour of night.
Mhm.
Go look up the name James Hewitt
Mhm.
and compare what he looks like to what Prince Charles or King Charles looks like, and then look at Prince Harry. With that, put me backstage and y'all have fun with that, and I'll come back in here in about 5 minutes.
Okay. So he said James Hewitt? Whoops. What the heck? Oh, here we go. James Hewitt. Okay.
Well, again, I'm sorry. I'm just taking some drugs.
No, that's
They're
fine. I'm gonna pull it up. Okay,
I'm
I think this
sorry,
is it.
guys. I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay. That's all right. Okay, let's see. Former cavalry officer in the British Army. He came to attention in the mid 1990s after he disclosed an affair with. Oh no! After he disclosed an affair with Diana, Princess of Wales, which is Prince Harry's mother, while she was still married to Prince Charles. Oh no, drama.
This is
Drama.
so drama. What are you talking about? All of this is drama, bro.
And I
This
do
is all
remember. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna show some pictures here. There we go. Okay, so allegedly he's saying he had an affair with Diana, and I am assuming Jimmy mentioned this so that I can speculate that this is Prince Harry's real father. So I that's what I think it is. And I've seen all these rumors. Listen, I used to be such a royalist. It makes me sick now because I was so obsessed with the royal family. And that was before I was like super America first. Oh, there goes Fallen. There you go. Okay, so I'm assuming that that's why Jimmy mentioned this. But you know what's so funny? It's like, how are we supposed to tell? These people all look alike. I don't know. Oh, there goes Gigi. Hi, Gigi.
Hi. That's old news about that's old news, by the way. He supposedly is also the polo player, and yeah, they've been saying that for a long time. And I will say that the Queen did strip Harry of some of his I don't know what you want to call it. When he was had his military uniform on, they had William had certain things on their shoulders, but Harry wasn't allowed to wear them. And because the Queen was upset with their interview with Oprah Winfrey,
right?
And, because they were trying to allude that Charles had questions about the baby being quote colored, and they said Oprah Winfrey, because I watched it myself, and I think
me too.
That kind of got the Queen a little upset. So she, and also Meghan and Kate had a fight, and I think Meghan supposedly hit one of Kate's children, and that caused a war between them two. So there's a lot of stuff going on behind those doors.
Oh, that's the first I hear of that one.
Hi, Pauline. Hi.
Yeah, I use
because I loved Lady Di. Now they're saying King Charles killed her. I don't know. But he was,
that's the conspiracy that I actually believe in. I believe in
well,
that.
he was sick for a while there, and they said he said it on when he was really sick, but now he's made a comeback. So I don't know.
Oh, yeah, and Joseph said in the comments, he said, "What about Camila?" Yeah, that was another. That was
Well,
another.
he was sleeping with Camilla when he was married to Lady Di. So big deal if she was fooling around with somebody else too. Right? It goes around, comes around. So
Right.
he was doing the same thing. I mean, he treated her. If you watch the series about the Queen, and they treated Lady Di like crap. They really treated her terrible.
Yeah, and I think they got rid of her because of the relationship that she was having at that time, and there was rumors that she was pregnant and stuff like that. Listen, I was eating it all up. I used to be so obsessed with the royal family.
Well, she was going to move to the United States with Dowdy, and the kids. And the Queen and the King, they weren't having that. So I don't know.
Okay. So now when you hear Prince Harry, what are your thoughts on him about the security stuff?
Well, I think that William, because he's going to be the king, if Charles isn't getting better, and I think he'll reconcile with his brother. I really believe that because they have a bond together. I really believe that. I could be wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me if they reconciled. Because it's Meghan calling the shots, and no one likes them in Hollywood either. That she got booed, and when she went to one of the events in Hollywood, nobody paid any attention to her, and she got a little upset over that too.
Yeah, nobody likes her.
No, I think she runs the show.
Yep, I agree. But I don't even, I'm thinking about it now, and I don't think I can see Prince Harry ever going back. I don't think so. Like I don't know. Maybe himself, but I don't think with Meghan, because Meghan made it very clear that she was absolutely against the royal family, the rules, the lifestyle, the job. No, she wanted no part of it.
She wants the money.
Exactly. See what I'm saying? And then recently she made a big deal about somebody calling her Meghan Markle instead of Meghan Sussex. Like she's trying to claim the title, but weren't you complaining for 5 years that you didn't want to be part of the family? So why are you trying to claim the title now all of a sudden?
I think which was really told everybody what was going on. They had the Veterans Day yesterday, and it's for 4 days, and they weren't invited, and that was sad because everybody else was there except for Harry and Meghan. So that just spoke volumes that they weren't, they didn't go. I don't know if they were allowed to attend, but they weren't there.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because Thrifty Treasure said they are all inbred is why they look alike.
Oh yeah, because I made the comment of
Hey, wait a minute,
Jim.
my grandmother came from England.
Yeah, because I'm like, how are we supposed to tell them apart whether or not that's Harry's real father or not? They all look alike, so how can you tell? I don't know. I guess you would have to be British.
Did you hear Diana had a baby too?
You gotta be gay.
And there was something wrong with the baby, and somebody else took care of the baby. I don't know. I heard
no.
If you adopt kids, you don't have to fucking go on with the legacy.
Welcome back, Jimmy.
Hey. Hello, I'm back. Thank you, Dallas, for the nice comment you said about my animals. Yeah, I had to take care of my baby possums. I had to go in and love on the 3 cats, and then I had to put the dogs out and then go put them up so they wouldn't take up room on the wife's bed. So sorry, I had some stuff I had to take care of.
Well, that's
cheers.
Awesome, Jimmy. So you've heard the 5-minute clip. Some of the theories
I saw that when it came out.
Okay, so that would be my question. How do you feel about this guy? I mean, for me, this is a distraction. It's a waste of time. he shouldn't even be speaking about it. He should just be living his life like he
Right.
wanted. He wanted his privacy. He wanted to raise his family and his kids his own way. So
And
why is he
Jimmy,
talking about? Yeah,
you
go
know
ahead.
about incest too, Jimmy.
Oh yeah, the royal family is full of the incest, and that's just part of the what the royals do. Not just the royals, but also the bloodline families. That's how they've kept the power for so long. Is they've done inbred and married each other's cousins and shit like that. So there's a lot of that there. I think this stuff with the royal family goes deeper and darker than anybody can even imagine. We're sitting here talking about, oh, did Harry's not get his security or whatever? To me, who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? It's like the Pope died and the world went on, right? Same thing with the royal family could literally disappear tomorrow and no one would care except people that are still brainwashed and stuck in that whole drama propaganda story with them. But the stuff with the royal family goes deeper. It's dark. They've been involved in child trafficking. And that you can look that up, look at the incident with Canada and what the Queen had going on there back in the 60s or 70s with a boys' home or something like that. And then the one survivor from that boys' home was going to come out and testify. And lo and behold, guess what? He's dead. There's also allegedly Princess Diana knew about some of the stuff the royal family was doing. And that is the reason why she was publicly, in my opinion, taken out. There are a lot of people, and we talk about conspiracies, but there's a lot of people that still believe that Diana is still with us on this earth.
No.
There's folks that do believe that.
Hey, I don't blame you because guess what? I still get the tax returns from the previous person that lives in this house. I live in this house. I'm alive, but I still get tax returns of the person that died in the house that I live in.
You should file them.
I keep the tax returns though. I keep it because I keep it's evidence. It's evidence.
So when it comes to the royal family, I do believe, a lot of it is distraction. I find it odd they went on Oprah Winfrey when we know the connections that Oprah Winfrey has with a lot of John, son of God, that guy, that child molester. So she's got a lot of connections in that realm of activity. And I just find it odd that they went on her show to do this. So yeah, I just believe it's all BS.
Quick question. So if you think or believe that Diana was publicly taken out, how can you at the same time you believe that she didn't die, that she's actually still alive, that was just a distraction?
I don't know. I'll say my stance on that. I don't know.
Well,
I'm not going to come out and publicly say, "Oh, I think Diana's alive."
How old is she now? Well, I'm gonna look it up.
She'd be like what, in her 60s?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, that's realistic.
So I'm not, because we have people that watch our show that like to take clips and misconstrue what we say. So I'm not going to say that she is, but there are people that do believe that. And actually, what I will say is it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case, because there are people that are in witness protection and we don't know who they are. We can agree to that, right? We don't know who's in witness protection.
Right, but there was a letter that she wrote before that accident, that this is why it makes me believe in these conspiracies or theories or whatever, because she wrote that letter saying that if something that she feels like somebody's gonna hurt her or take her out.
Michael Jackson did a phone call saying, "Hey, they're going to take me out." Isaac Cappy did videos saying, "Hey, they're going to take me out."
Right.
That's not anything new, or not. It's not just just Diana did that. There's a lot of people that have done that.
Well, now Michael Jackson, that's another topic. I've never talked about him on here. Like, I was actually going to ask about him because he was once a Jehovah's Witness. Like, what the fuck?
There's lots of them. There's lots of them in Hollywood that have connections to the cult. And it's not. Yeah.
I feel like I'm a very important person, and I specifically posted a video not too long ago, like a few days ago, about like don't touch me. Like I just feel paranoid because I live alone. Like I just put a no trespassing sign on my fence because I have video footage that I will post. I'm gonna post it soon, but there's a guy that jumped over my fence not too long ago. Like that's crazy. Like I have a fence, like, and you jump over it. Okay, you're doing your job, but you jump over my fence.
Yeah,
And I'm a
that's why
single
we need
woman.
guns. That's exactly why everybody needs a gun in their home to protect themselves.
But as a woman, I'm a feminine woman. I don't have a gun. You don't see a feminine woman with a gun unless they're gangster.
Hey, wait a minute.
Nah, that's not. I disagree with that. My wife is as feminine as hell, and she's got a gun.
Yes,
Well,
thank
this
you.
got
I
out
have
of
a
a
gun and I
cult.
have a baseball
This got
bat,
out of a
gun, and
cult,
knives in my
guys.
house.
No, my
I
wife
got
was
out
never
of
in
a
the.
cult.
Oh, you were in the cult. Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
So-
I'm not gangsta. I'm not badass. I'm not badass, okay?
But so
I'm
I hate to,
vulnerable.
let me interrupt this subject and go back to the royal family conspiracy stuff because I think that's interesting and it's vibing with the chat
Well,
right
I don't
now.
want to die after this. Whoever's watching, bitch, whoever's watching, don't be jumping over my fence.
You're all right.
So there is chatter, and I can't say that I believe it. It's interesting to look at, but there are people out there that say that Barron Trump is actually Diana's kid.
Oh my gosh, I've heard that.
And
I
if
don't.
I've
you-
heard it all now.
Yeah, and if you look at the pictures that they show, I'm just saying, it's very interesting. I'm not saying it's true or not, but damn, what if it was?
No, I think now, yeah.
No.
Yo, hold up.
Because if you look at the pictures, they look alike. They look alike.
Melania keeps close
Yo.
tabs on that kid. Trust me, she doesn't let him out of her sight. No, you kind of stretching it on that one. I will say something about Dowdy Fayed, his son. He believes because the Queen hated him. He had a storefront in London, and she didn't like the fact that he was there. Well, anyway, he still kept his son's apartment the way it was before they both passed away, and he swears before he passed away himself that the king killed his son and Lady Di. He swears by it. He actually did a whole TV interview about that. He really believes that the royals killed his son and Lady Di.
Yo, man, you guys are making me want to protect myself because I don't even have a 6-foot fence because guess what? I'm Filipino. And what did I say earlier about this?
What?
We're short.
So?
It means that the majority of Americans are tall.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well,
Get it
Amazon jumped over my fence, okay?
Yeah. Okay. So, just really quickly, I wanted to bring up another theory, and I don't know if maybe Jimmy already knows about this, but I saw this on X, and I have not looked into this. So let me know if you've heard of this,
Oh, I
Jimmy.
saw this, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It says Bush official claims U.S. built secret 21 trillion underground city for rich and powerful to live in near extinction event happens. If that happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's old news too.
That's old. Yeah, that's old news.
Really? Well, it's
I'm
new
gonna
to me.
I'm gonna give you some news right now. So give me a second.
Why would they do that though? Is this like a Hollywood movie?
Well, have you watched the TV? I guess it's a streaming TV show called Paradise. Some of the folks, where they actually built cities inside mountains to protect the people in those, the people that they chose to be there because of a cataclysmic world-ending event that killed all the life on the surface, but they had to go to these underground cities. So I don't put it past the U.S. government or the deep state. I'm gonna say them. And these are all over the world. And living underground is not anything new.
No.
There is a, oh God, I can't remember the name is, look up famous underground city in Asia.
Okay, famous underground
I think it's in Asia.
city in Asia.
Or it could have been somewhere in the Persian area. No, Turkey. I think it was in Turkey.
Turkey?
Yeah,
Okay.
look up famous underground city in Turkey.
Israel has an underground city too. They have an underground hospital. They have everything underground.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I have something to say.
So
Okay, hold on one second. Fallen. This is
Yes.
what I looked up.
yeah, that's it.
Google.
That's it.
Huh.
So there's actually videos about it too. You could probably find a reel about it as well. But this is an ancient city where over 20,000 people lived,
Wow.
and it was underground. And they had it set up to where they could have air come in. They had farm animals. They lived under the ground. So doing this.
Yep, they're short. They're short like me.
Okay. So this is not something new. And we know that the elites have done things to protect themselves, because what do they want? They want the destruction of over 7.5 billion people.
Right.
They want to be the ones to survive. So how are they going to do it? This is their idea, by building these bunkers, these huge cities underground. Go to Twitter and look up video of Subtropolis.
Okay. Subtropolis?
Subtropolis.
Okay, well, while you do that, can I show you something?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to turn my camera around if I can. Okay, you know what? I can't. So I just measured my fence just now while you guys were talking. And this is how much it is. This is my measurement. It says 211.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If you're 6 foot, you can jump over that easily.
Okay, I think I found it. Secret underground city Subtropolis revealed.
Yeah, play that.
Okay, let me see if I can share my screen.
Yep, that's 2 feet. I'm going to have to make my foot bigger. I'm going to have to make my fence bigger, bruh.
Fence ain't going to hold out anybody that wants to harm you for real.
I hope not, because there was an Amazon worker that was taking his job way too seriously.
Now, what I said is a fence is not going to protect you from somebody that truly wants to harm you.
Well, then I'll have to do what Trump does.
What?
A wall?
All right.
Build a wall?
Check out this video.
Okay, so I think I found something here. Let's watch it.
A large working city operating deep underground as we go about our lives on the surface above. It's real, and it's right here in the United States. Harry Smith takes us to Subtropolis.
Inside a hill in Kansas City is a place you kind of have to see to believe. It's called Subtropolis. Decades ago, limestone was mined here for concrete and asphalt. What's left is space. A lot of space.
How much space is down? Okay, so what's down here right now? We have 6 million square feet of buildings leased to 55 companies. There's 1,700 employees that run around here and go to work every day.
It's a massive industrial park. all underground. I mean, this is almost like a little bit like a science fiction sort of thing.
Yeah.
But you're down here. Do you ever worry like the world could come to an end upstairs and you guys would just be down here
be safe.
toiling away, right? I feel like Fort Knox. Security is a big selling point. Subtropolis is basically disaster-proof. Another selling point, Subtropolis is always 65 degrees. Always. What better place then to put a room full of computer servers? What made you think being underground would be a great place to put a cloud?
When you think about computer equipment, you need to cool it. It's important, right? So it generates heat. It's easy for us to cool the equipment down here, and we're sheltered.
Turns out there's a lot of cool stuff in Subtropolis, especially in a company called Underground Vaults and Storage. What are you going to show us?
We're going to show you Hollywood right behind these doors.
Inside, aisle upon aisle of TV and movie treasures sent here by the studios for safekeeping in a room that feels a bit like a refrigerator.
Well, the temperature helps preserve that film and protect that film from that. It's called vinegar syndrome.
Yeah.
And it starts to decay in the film.
From every Seinfeld episode to Hollywood classics, it's here. They have all kinds of important stuff here, like Gone with the Wind and Ben-Hur, et cetera, et cetera. And then they have even more important stuff like Scooby-Doo and Ghoul School and the Roadrunner show. From the National Archives to food distributor Paris Brothers, the occupants of Subtropolis praise the predictability of doing business in a place where the sun never shines nor sets, where every day inside looks and feels exactly the same.
It's like Groundhog Day. It never changes.
Harry Smith reporting from Subtropolis.
That's cool.
So my point to that is there you have physical evidence of a city underground. So it's not out of the realm of possibilities to not believe that there are underground cities under certain landmarks. Also the Getty Museum, look into that, how deep that goes.
That's cool.
And I think I put it on X, Ruby. If you go to my X page, they actually showed a map of the tunnel system that is under the White House.
Wow.
And
The Vatican also.
the Vatican has it too.
Welcome to the stage, Jesus Millhouse Nixon. While I'm looking for that, go ahead, Jesus.
I want to agree with what Jimmy's saying, but I understand everything, the metropolis and everything. And I had a good conversation with AI about this subject. It was so fascinating. And I went through the Revelations book angle of how, remember in Revelations we studied in the Apocalypse book, how in the end times, man would hide in the caves and want the rocks to fall upon them, to hide them from the Lord. So I think there is a lot of truth in what she's saying. But Catherine Fritz, she was HUD secretary under George H.W. Bush in the 80s and early 90s. And for her to make those claims of 170 cities with tunnels linking them and $21 trillion.
Wow.
The logistics would be nearly impossible. And something I mentioned to AI when we were discussing this was that it was out of character of Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson usually is a hard-hitting interviewer. He didn't ask her none of these questions. Where is the pollution? Where did the water go? How come there's no whistleblowers? How come there's no... It's unbelievable that it was 100. To me, it has to be a fabrication or exaggeration. I would believe maybe 1 to 7 or 8 or 9, 10 cities. I would believe that. But 170 cities throughout the United States linked by an underground, that's a little bit exaggerated. That's exaggerated.
Let me ask you this. Let me push back a little bit. I wrote a question down for you. Why would the logistics be impossible?
Because we're talking about $21 trillion. The human brain cannot comprehend $1 trillion.
Yeah, I know. We know the money's out there, but the that's legit. They can get the money. They can print the money if they wanted to. Okay. What I'm saying is, what would make the logistics impossible for that to happen?
There would have to be Okay, let me take a historical context. In 1930s to 1940s, when the Nazis were in control of Germany and were having killing fields, they had what is called the Sonderkommando. The life expectancy of the Sonderkommando was 3 to 6 months. Why? Because they were eyewitnesses to the crimes that were being committed. So they had to kill them every 3 to 6 months and use new bodies. If you're gonna have people building a city, imagine that underground. The amount of labor you're going to need is going to be in the millions to dig, to transport. It's humanly impossible. Have you ever been on a construction site? I worked on a construction site all my life. Men who work on construction, we're the biggest blabbers. All we do is gossip all day and innuendo. You know the amount of force that's going to be taken to get everybody to shut up and not to blow the whistle on these underground cities?
Let me ask you this. How much money would it take you if you were working on a project like that? How much money would it take you for them to give you to shut you up?
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
But there are people that would.
Yes. Of course.
Ruby, can you look for Alice Boring Machine? BORING.
On X?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Alice Boring?
He has a point though.
Boring.
Like
There's a point. There's a point. There's a point. Watch this.
you don't
Hang
have
on.
solar energy and shit.
BORING, like boring.
Oh, BOR.
Like a bore. BORI.
And I have a point too. I have a point. Like my fence was being taken over by an Amazon guy that was 6 feet. If I had a fence that was 8 feet, he wouldn't climb that fence so easily.
But how was he taking it over? What do you mean? What was he doing?
Hey guys, let's stay on track. We get it about the fence. Let's stay on track.
All right, I guess we are on track. Okay, Jimmy.
Okay, I don't.
Yeah.
Is it the Boring Company?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, like you bore a hole.
Yeah, BORING. Yep, got it.
Okay, now what is this? The machine name is Alice. Walmart had underground tunnels connecting to other Walmarts. Child human trafficking takes place underground. They have a high-speed monorail system. Is that Elon?
Disgusting. I know that looked like Elon Musk, huh?
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm looking for the video of what it shows for the boring machine and what it does and how big it is.
Elon, you're right.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I could continue searching. The Boring Machine.
Sounds boring.
Okay,
but Catherine
let's
Fitz,
see.
Jimmy. Catherine Fitz said 170 cities.
Yeah, I believe it.
And see, I don't. I can't. I can see 6, 7.
So that's an idea of how they construct these tunnels.
Oh, wow.
And the funny thing is, if you look at the shape and design at the end of, the shape and design of Alice, it looks like the Walmart logo.
Oh. Okay, I think you've mentioned this before.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. Yeah.
Okay, so here's a short video clip discussing how the tunnel boring machine operates. Okay, so there's like a 5-minute video here.
Are getting close to the point where we'll actually start seeing the tunneling. Now, many people have asked, what is this going to be like? I thought I would take a few examples of similar tunnel boring machines and compare with what we'll see with the Proofrock 3 to get an idea of what we can expect as the tunnel process begins. Now, this image is of a similar kind of tunnel boring machine to the Proofrock 3. Gives you some views inside of how the operation may work. This is the actual Proofrock 3 in the process of being assembled, and we'll go through some of the various parts and pieces and how it will operate. But generally, what we're seeing here is what is reflected in this illustration.
But what are these for? Are these for cars?
No, this is to build their tunnels.
They bore underneath, horizontally.
Yeah, and just like with Subtropolis. Now, Subtropolis, that wasn't built with the boring tunnels. That was built because that was an old limestone quarry or limestone mine, and it was not evacuated, but they left.
Right.
They got everything. So they
That's
use these.
great.
They use these machines to build these tunnels that connect these cities together.
Or continents, like in
Awesome.
the English Channel.
Yes, because they can go under the ocean.
That's awesome, right? Like, you want to talk about ants, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. They link England to France using a bore machine.
Yeah, so if we want to stop racism, then fucking turn the red ants into darker red ants. Because if they're darker red ants, like rednecks, then we can make them into black necks.
You can't stop racism. That's a fantasy.
No, you can't.
Because we're the superior race, the Latinos. Nah, just kidding.
Can I make an announcement which happened
You know
tonight?
how many people mistaken me for Mexicans, bruh?
Oh.
I'll be in your fucking
You're too loud.
bruh.
You're too loud to
You
be
wouldn't
Mexican.
even know.
Okay, hold on, Fallen. I
This is
think
what hap-
Gigi
this
wanted to
is-
say something. Go ahead.
This is for all parents, especially. This was on the news tonight, and I looked it up. And this is disgusting. It's I don't know if anybody's heard it. It's Jimmy probably knows. It's called 764, and it's the
Yeah,
it's a
I posted about it.
the violent predator group targeting kids online, and they've even talked kids into killing themselves. It's widespread. It was on. I live in Massachusetts, and it was on our local news tonight, warning parents to watch what their kids are looking at on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And they're big into sex human trafficking.
Yep.
Wow, I've never heard of that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's brand new. I just heard about it tonight too. I mean, these people are everywhere.
Yeah, I put it on my Facebook page a couple of days ago.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, they made the
I don't
arrest.
get it, bro.
There-
You know,
there's-
that's a good point.
There's a little bit more context to that story. I guess, Ruby, if you want to go on my Facebook page, you can find it on there. I said something
Oh, yeah,
about
this
it.
is scary.
Hey, Jimmy, I think
You
what
know
I was
what?
trying. Oh, I was trying to tell you, like, on the Mexican-American border, and I'm sure in Canada too, there's tunnels all up and down the border.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's tunnels everywhere.
On a low budget.
You're right.
Imagine on the budget that Catherine Fitz was talking about. And I agree with what you guys are saying. I understand that. But I'm just saying there's no way it's 170 cities all linked together by a highway network. That's what I'm saying. It has to be highly exaggerated. I would say maybe even if it was 10%, you're talking about 17 cities.
Yeah, I think what she says is legit. I do believe that there's cities, that many cities that are connected.
Okay.
That's just me personally.
Crazy, guys. I don't understand, bro. These are chambers. Cities are chambers like the ants. We're talking about the ants, right? They make tunnels. We just made tunnels, bro. Like, why do we have to fight against each other because we made a fucking tunnel and all of a sudden, oh, you're over here and I'm over here? Like,
Do you know what they use these tunnels for?
to travel, right?
Child trafficking.
Of course. Puff Daddy had
Now,
one.
Because
Catherine-
they can brainwash these kids.
That's what they use these tunnels for.
Yes,
It's
Jimmy,
basically
Catherine
child
Fitz-
trafficking. I mean, how do you explain 8 million children worldwide disappearing every year? Where do they go?
Why?
Okay, Jimmy, this is my question to you. Catherine Fitz
do
specifically
that.
said it was end time extinction.
You know what? People are talking about abortion and shit. Like, you want to kill kids and then you want to take kids? Like, take care of your own kids.
What happened
Yeah.
to Fallen? Yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible. Go ahead, Jesse.
Oh, my question was, she, the former HUD secretary, and this is the important thing, that there was Tucker Carlson was involved, and Catherine Fitz, who was a former secretary of Housing and Urban Development. So this is not just a run-of-the-mill person. This is
Right.
a high-level person. So her voice has to be taken seriously. My question to you is this: why she didn't say that about child trafficking? She said it was for the elites and time escape.
Right.
That's a different reason.
Well, I mean, they can have more than one reason to have the tunnels, but we all know about the child trafficking, so they definitely use the tunnels for child trafficking. Now, yes, they use it for travel, so they can get from LA to New York and ever how long it takes ever how long that takes. So, I mean, there's also there was a guy from Starbucks who worked underground at an underground Starbucks in LA. He mentioned Will Smith coming through there. That's a video on X. You can look up Starbucks guy spills the beans on underground city in Los Angeles, and you have his little video. So it exists.
Yeah,
So she has to be the highest ranking whistleblower of all time, because she's a Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in the executive branch of government. That's a high ranking whistleblower there.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I found the clip. Hold on, let me see if I can show this. Because I was looking all over Facebook, I didn't find anything, and I didn't find the maps of the White House either.
Okay, maybe I did. Maybe I just screenshot it. Maybe I didn't post it.
Okay.
No,
Well,
I
Tucker,
just didn't get
Tucker
it, bro.
talked about it.
We talked about
that.
You used to work at a secret Starbucks. Is that right?
Yeah, there is a Starbucks that is like above reserve, like a Starbucks no one's ever heard of or been to. All right. Have you ever wondered while driving in Los Angeles, how come you've never seen like Will Smith stuck in traffic on the 405?
Yeah.
I've never seen a 1%er just in their car stuck in traffic.
Why is that?
That's because there's a series of intricate tunnels underneath Los Angeles known as the actor bond. I'm not kidding. Like, they get access points to move through the city without ever having to be in traffic. You can come up in LAX, you can pop up at Dodger Stadium. Underneath there in those tunnels is Starbucks set up at different locations to allow them to get coffees while they're driving. All
Who's
of
them?
that. Seinfeld.
You've seen Seinfeld down there?
Bono. I've seen Seinfeld down there. Dude, almond milk latte, 2 shots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was he a good tipper?
They don't have to pay.
So this has been underneath Los Angeles for a few years now. I mean, how long has this been there for?
I mean, it predates me. It seems like the city was built on top of it. So, I mean, I think this goes all the way back to the 20s.
This doesn't seem real almost. This is crazy.
I imagine how I sound saying it to people.
And in the comments, well, I think it was Steen that said there was a place in Australia, Cooper Reedy. They live underground. They live underground as well.
People live underground at Cooper Petty in South Australia. Too hot. Opal mines are there.
Yep.
That would make sense about the celebrity thing because they have like a security issue. Can't just be strolling down the street. So I would get something like that. And that's why they use like helicopters too. And that's how, Kobe Bryant died. But why? It's funny how they put a Starbucks down there. It's like they're modernizing the underground city down there.
Can't go without their coffee.
Right? Like that's a elite. Again, a rich people thing. You know what I'm saying? Like we would never know about that. That's none of our business. That's something that they would use. But who's to say that they're not doing criminal activities down there?
I'm sure
Yeah.
they are.
Yo, man.
That's the problem.
And then you got to wonder why in the world was our military. There was an article that came out in 2017, I think it was. And it was a manual given to the military training our military how to fight underground.
Oh.
Should I be worried?
Yeah, look that up. I think it was 2017 manual military fighting underground.
You know what? I gotta be a skeptic here.
Should I be worried, Jimmy?
No.
No.
Well,
No.
guess what? My fence is not 6 feet.
Get a dog.
I have a dog.
She's got 2.
Oh, are they big?
Get an alpha dog, not a beta dog.
Yeah. Get one that barks.
They're alpha. They're alpha female.
Did I let you
Oh,
know if
you
someone's
can't-
at the door? Come outside. Do they bark?
They're very alpha much. They don't have to be. They can produce children and protect them. So they're very much alpha.
I'm asking you, do they bark if someone comes near your property?
Yes.
Okay.
Then you're fine.
All right. Don't
Yeah.
tell me that they're not alpha, because they are, even if they are female.
Well,
Yeah, they can be.
I didn't say that. I said just make sure they bark if someone comes near the property.
Hey, getting back to the tunnels, my question, Gigi, maybe you can answer, or Jimmy. One question, Ruby. If we, the Secretary of Defense, can't pick up the phone and have a secret phone call, how the hell are we building cities in secrecy? If our Secretary of Defense can't even make a little phone call without everybody whistleblowing and blabbing.
Yeah,
on
I think that was all. I think that's a whole nother
Mhm.
level of this chess
Mhm.
game being played right now.
Do you remember
But
Jesse Ventura? Remember
yeah,
Jesse Ventura?
yeah, he talked about that stuff.
Yeah, years ago he brought up underground bunkers for all the wealthy people.
Yep.
They've got all kinds of equipment down in case anything happens. They've
Yep.
got a place to go and hide. So this is, and Hitler and them supposedly had underground bunkers to escape.
Yep.
People use
Yep.
it for escape routes too.
Yep.
Yes,
Deep
but,
underground military bases. There are military bases underground.
Now, my uncle built the first underground home in Georgia. He was in the military. He went over to Iran, and I don't know why he did this to teach them how to make missiles back in the 60s and 70s. He built the first underground home in Carrollton, Georgia. I went there. I could not stay in the house. I had to sleep outside because I just couldn't handle sleeping underground in a house. But he built it. He went all over the world and got the material to build the house on his own. So, and this was back in the 60s and 70s. He built the underground.
I mean, how else better to hide your criminal activity by taking things underground?
Oh yeah, it's the
Yeah,
definition.
yeah, exactly. That's a national security risk.
And think about this. They got all this underground stuff, but if you're above ground, everywhere you go, you're being filmed somehow. You're on camera. You're on camera somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, the definition of underground
CIA,
is to conceal.
So they're keeping an eye, they're keeping an eye on what's going on above the ground. But we have, it's not. I didn't know about this stuff until I started going down these rabbit holes back in 2020. And I was like, holy crap, this stuff exists.
Right. Okay, so I did find what you were saying. A post here from 2024 on X says, if you've ever bits and pieces about the underground war that our great military fought between 2016 to 2021-22, this is where you want to start if you really want to know. DUMBs, Deep Underground Military Bases, Basic Introduction, the Underground War.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna clip this. This is an hour-long video on X, so I'm gonna bookmark that for later.
Cool.
And I'm gonna watch that because I have not really. I think I've heard of it before, but I've never actually seen anything. Like training or like what's that for? I don't really know much about it. So I'm gonna watch that later. I do have another conspiracy, or maybe it's not a conspiracy. Maybe it's true. I don't know. But we talked about the Nephilims, right? The giants and the bloodline and the half demigods type of bloodline, things like that, right?
Yeah.
So I came across this post here. It says, #Nephilim bloodlines are the best hosts for demons. I post frequently about Nephilim and bloodlines / tech and transhumanism because many fail to understand biblical history from Genesis to present. A clip of Nathan Reynolds, who was raised in a cult family, now Christian, from the Confessionals podcast. Okay, so before we get into this video, I'm not bringing it up for a religious context. I'm bringing it up in the context of a conspiracy or a theory about the Nephilim bloodline. Okay. So just want to put that out there because I do not want to get into religious topics on the show. But do listen to what this guy has to say. I think is really interesting.
Men become not people.
Like literally
not
change.
people. Yeah.
Okay.
And there is like lycanthropy, and there's these understandings of what the watchers are capable of doing that most people are just woefully ignorant of. And that's why they're perishing. It's because they lack a basic understanding of history. And one of the predominant understandings of what a watcher, specific class of celestial being, is capable of is augmenting itself. They can shapeshift. That is by their nature. They're literally called metaskizmadzotoi in the Greek in the New Testament. And it's because he says it's marvel not, because Hasatan, you could say like transforms himself. That's a good word for it. But he shapeshifts himself into an angel of light. And his messengers, his apostles, disciples, they do the same thing. And he's like, this is because they are capable of becoming anything they want to be in order to deceive on one side of the equation. And that's what they'll do. And so when people start engaging in these necromantic rituals and other stuff, and they start to seek the embodiment of these celestial ones, they can get these things on them and in them, and they can't contain them. And some of these guys who are messing with this stuff, who don't come from the bloodline, are incapable of cohabitating like a parasite, and they feed off of each other and they can't handle it. And so that's why families are recruited from these bloodlines, and children are recruited out, even if they don't know anything about it. Like you said, the vast majority of people who come from these bloodlines, there's a lot of muddying of the waters. There's a lot of purity that's been changed. There's a lot of half breeds. There's a lot of quarter breeds, right? There's a lot of people that don't know this stuff, and they start to get into lesser magic, and all of a sudden it's like the doors of everybody open to them. But that's why. It's because they can host these things better. Whereas those that don't, they get taken over by this stuff, and they can't change back. They can't return, in a sense. Like, people become completely possessed and are incapable of expelling the darkness after that. And who do you turn to? You're like, you're going to go to the Catholic guy who's all into the same thing that you're into, you know? Like, most people don't understand what a real deliverance is required for somebody that has gone down this far down, where they are consuming people. Like, that's a deep, devastating psychological, spiritual shock, physical, your liver, like the health. This is why I'm huge into health, because I've physically had to try to find ways to help people who have done all of these things. Like, the consumption of human blood does horrific things to the human body. You know, and this is a major practice within this. These families do drink blood. That's why we have these vampire class of people. It's not some kind of myth. People consume blood in order to extend their life force.
So when I watched that clip, it brought me back to when we talk about the adrenochrome. We talked about lizard people, shapeshifters types. People who taken on like a human skin or a human face, and they're not who they really are, right? And it can dive into the spiritual sense. But really, what I wanted to bring that up was, here's a guy who kind of has a background like that, you know, alleged, you know, he supposedly he comes from a family like that. But when he spoke about the bloodline, that reminded me about the 13 bloodlines, or the royal bloodline, or all of these bloodlines. Like he said, this is where they try to get people or children from, because they have the blood of that bloodline, which is like from the Nephilims, or he said stuff like that. Go ahead, Jesse.
Gigi, were you in the Watchtower in the 60s or 70s?
In the 70s.
Okay. Then Jimmy, you were in the 70s too, huh?
No, I was a kid. I was like, yeah.
1977.
I remember they tried to, so I was in the real early 70s, and I remember when we would sit and talk to the old World War II Jehovah's Witness era, and we would talk about this subject, but touching the Book of Enoch, not going into the Book of Enoch, but you would get into some heavy conversations with the witnesses in the old days in the 60s and 70s. And when it came to the Watchers and having relations with the humans, they would say this, and see if you remember this. I remember hearing this when I was a little kid, that because they were hybrid, they could not multiply. The Nephilim could not have babies.
Yeah, I heard that.
And so what it did, it ended our conversation of the bloodlines. It kind of stopped the conversation, because we thought it ended in the flood. And so naturally, we never researched it any further. We stopped. We thought, okay, the bloodline of the Watchers ended on the flood. But what this gentleman is saying, that it continues. It's something different. Yeah.
Well, going back to, you know, we all know, and again, let's not take this to the religious level, but do got to make a point though. You know, in Genesis, I think it's 6:4, it does say that there were giants here and after the flood. Yeah. So the flood did not get rid of the bloodline of the Nephilim.
But I remember in study, this is what some of the witnesses used to teach back then when I was a kid. They would say that the earth was all contaminated. So if there were, it had to have come from one of three of Noah's three daughter-in-laws. The contamination.
Yes, that's a good point, because I believe that, because didn't one of them get into Nimrod and all that after that, and that's where all the demonic stuff came from, one of his sons. But I also was taught that the angels that came down had to go back to heaven.
Yes.
For the flood. So that means they came. I believe they came back down. I could be crazy, but I believe that they came back down, and this is what this guy's talking about. Because I do believe that the fallen angels are back, and they're wrecking havoc around. Well, you can't be stupid to look out the window and know that Satan's running the show, and he's not alone. So he's got his cronies with him, and who are the cronies? Probably all the Nephilim that get thrown out with them, so they're all over the earth too. So I kind of believe some of what he's saying.
Have you guys ever looked at the YouTube channel?
Can I say something though?
Yeah, go ahead.
That the dinosaurs were killed on the flood, right?
That's if you believe the dinosaurs existed.
They did. It's in the. I told you that before. I told you on your Facebook. Yeah, they did.
Bigger. They're bigger than the Nephilim.
Dinosaur. The word dinosaur wasn't invented till 1841, and they were called behemoths and something else. And one was fire breathing, and they do have a bug.
So then, is the mammoth bigger than a Nephilim?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, so if a mammoth is bigger than a Nephilim, then obviously Nephilims were dead.
Well, that's why I brought it up during conspiracy hour, because that's what I mean. That's what people talk about.
You're talking spirit realm.
So
They can't be the same.
So let me ask you this: Have you guys ever watched the YouTube channel? I think it was by the name Morgue, MORGUE. I can't look it up and get the exact title.
Morgue,
but
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, see if you can find it real quick. It's on YouTube. If you're into this stuff, into Enoch, the Watchers, Gnostic information, Gnostic beliefs, stuff like that. If you're into that stuff, which I like listening to it, this dude does a really good job. Now he's an atheist.
Is this guy?
Yes.
He's
got there's some shorts that he has. You could probably pick a short, just go to a short. But he is atheist, but the information he brings is really interesting.
It's just like Jason there, Justin, what the hell is going on?
No, it's totally different than that dude.
Jimmy, but the bloodline.
Is he a sorcerer?
I'm sorry.
No, he's just a regular dude.
Who believes into all that crazy stuff?
He used to be a Christian, but he left Christianity. But it's some interesting stuff. Now, I can't say that I agree with everything he says, of course, but when it comes to the Enoch stuff, the Gnostic stuff, it's very, very interesting. It's like, it'll make you think.
Jimmy, so let me just throw this at you guys. So the bloodline theory is that sexual reproduction of the human, Homo sapien, was a gift that God gave humans. But the Watchers came in and they contaminated man. All of man was contaminated. So we try to stop it. God tried to stop it in the flood, but it continued, is what these people are saying, that it's in the bloodline of the humans.
Correct. And there's some that do believe this is why Ancestry.com, you23, whatever it is, that there's chatter out there saying that these families have been looking for a certain bloodline. And this is how they're trying to get some of this information, by people willingly sending in their DNA.
Oh yes, I've heard of that. Yeah. So, anyways, that really got me thinking about that, because he said, there's rituals It reminded me of what Stephanie Carson said about the blood rituals and things like that. It is all connected. Everything is all connected, and it's very dark and demonic, in my opinion.
Correct.
But it still exists, and it's out there. And I didn't know about any of this until now.
And
So
this
I'm
is
kind
why
of waking up.
this is why, you know, I have said for years, you know, this is, you know, the battle we're in is not right versus left. It's not white versus black. It's literally a battle between good and evil right now.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Spirit realm.
And another one would be this. Let's pretend a human could be cloned. Then we run the risk of creating a soulless Homo sapien, a soulless Homo sapien.
Well, yeah, because we know that this demonic force, these dark people, well, one, they sell their souls.
Yeah.
They sell their, they'll tell you they did it.
They admit it, yeah. Bob Dylan
And-
did it on 60 Minutes.
So they don't like the human being having a soul. So, but they also need slaves. So what better way to create your own, create a clone, give it no soul, and you program it to do what you want it to do, and get rid of the
Right.
the real human being.
So that's like transhumanism.
Correct.
The AI will be doing that pretty soon.
There was a thing that Bill Gates, well, this was posted on May 1st, but this is really interesting. And it bothers me about the whole AI situation, because in my opinion, that's also humanist ideology. The caption says, Bill Gates announced that humans will no longer be needed in our world thanks to AI. I'm going to play the clip.
Oh, I heard that.
People are like, wow, this is a bit scary. It's completely new territory. I mean, will we still need humans? Not for most things. You know, we'll decide. I mean,
He's an asshole.
people are like, wow, this.
Like, what does he mean? We will decide. No, go ahead, Jimmy.
So if you did go back, okay. So since we're on conspiracy topics, let's go this route. All right. So folks have heard of the Anunnaki, right?
Yes.
No.
Who said no?
Fallen.
Okay. So, and this is where Morg, if you watch some of his videos, he talks about this, but I can make a comparison to what they're doing today, the same dark entities. So apparently the Anunnaki came down from a planet called Nibiru. They found Earth because in its orbit at one point every 26,000 years, then Nibiru is close to Earth. Well, the atmosphere in Nibiru was deteriorating, so they needed gold to purify their system. So they needed to find a place to find gold. So they found Earth. Okay, so they came to Earth, and they brought along with them their slave class, which were the Ajiji. And these Ajiji, like I said, were the people that did the work for the Anunnaki, the mining and stuff like that. Well, it got to a point to where the Ajiji did not want to succumb to the Anunnaki rule anymore. So they rose up to try to battle them. Well, the Anunnaki took them out. Now, what has the Anunnaki done? Yeah, they shut down the rebellion, but they lost all their slaves. This is where the theory comes in that man was created to be the slaves of the Anunnaki, but just give them enough knowledge to do what they needed to do and teach them stuff. And if they do everything we want them to do, we'll give them knowledge on agriculture, on architecture. You look at the first city in Samaria, how advanced that was, and how did it get so advanced? Okay, so let's look at it today with what Bill Gates just said. He said basically he needed slaves. So get rid of the humans who are revolting against the elite class, kind of like the Gigi revolting against the Anunnaki. Humans now are revolting against the deep state Illuminati. So we got to get rid of them and create our own slaves, our cloned bodies, the AI stuff, things like that. So, and this has been their plan because, you know, hey, we got to get rid of 7.5 million humans or billion humans. but we still need somebody to do our work.
Yeah, I heard Trump say that.
So
yeah, the
do you
building something
see?
now in Texas. The buildings stuff in Texas now. It's going to all be AI generated, but they're going to need people to help them.
Yeah, it's kind. I know it could be a stretch for some, but to me, it looks like the same playbook.
Yeah. Yeah. Just with
Like
technology.
nothing new under the sun.
Exactly.
There
But
you
there
go.
has to be some type of intervention. Like there has to be a point where Jesus comes back. not to make it religious, but it's some type of intervention.
I
Is either
agree.
like the flood was an intervention. Sodom and Gomorrah was an intervention. The tower was an intervention. You know what I'm saying? Like there has to be some type of intervention where the higher
So
power
what?
or
Armageddon
creator or
is the next intervention.
Well,
Armageddon is the next intervention.
one of the most popular comments that's made on the Q boards, and you've heard Trump say it too. But what people are it's going to be biblical.
right.
So we don't know. We don't really know what that means, but we know that there's going to have to be something. And there's going to be a gradual disclosure here, there,
Yeah.
and I don't really think it's. We still have a black swan event to go, but there's going to be something that's going to shake people awake.
Mm-hmm.
Big
I
enough.
personally believe in God's word. I believe in the Bible, and I, in my heart, believe that God is not going to let AI take over his creation. I think something's going to happen. Like Ruby said, I think his son's going to step in before he allows someone to interrupt his. He made us in his image for a reason. He's not going to let AI take over all creation, and I firmly believe that in my heart. And I'm not afraid anyway. I'm not afraid of what's going on out there.
It's just, I think it's incredible that we known as imperfect humans, because the Bible talks about imperfect humans, we can fucking create these amazing things that can destroy us. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's true.
That shows that there is something higher than us, whether it is AI or God. At the end of the day, I'm going to die.
Well, God said he's going to step in. If he doesn't, no one's going to survive.
You know what? Can I feed off that, Gigi?
I'm
That's
going to grow old and I'm going to die. I'm not going to see it.
I don't know about that. Go ahead.
I don't believe, like for instance, Ruby said that Jesus will intervene, and if he does, hallelujah. And you know how the Jehovah's Witnesses, we were taught, wait on Jehovah? I always hated that. I always didn't like wait on Jesus. I believe that God gave us with the mental skills to overcome. Like in the Civil War, we freed the slaves. We sacrificed, we got killed. In the Revolutionary War, we stood up. We fought against the Nazis and the communists. If God comes, sends his son, hallelujah, I'm all for it. But I think God made us that we have to solve our own damn problems. We have to be AI.
I agree. Right. And that's why I didn't say we should wait. I said that I think he will, but that's why I agree with you, because it's our job to do something about it, to bring attention to it, raise awareness, and then fight against it. So when we see stuff like this happening, we should be the very first people protesting against this. Whether they do it or not, I think it's like our job to revolt against it. So
like against what? Against AI?
Yeah, against anything.
Rage against the machine.
Say that again.
Rage against the machine.
Yeah, well, it doesn't expect you to be stupid. And don't be fearful. Jesus said that over and over again. Don't be afraid of what's going to take place.
Can I tell you something? Well, we're talking about this like a spiritual world or an AI world. Like sometimes technology can be spiritual, right?
Yeah.
We're talking in a spiritual sense because right now we're physically away from each other. We can't talk to each other physically, but
virtually together
has provided us to talk to each other. But like my arm, right? There's someone that has no arms, like her shoulders are like nothing. And she can communicate to her technology or her AI, whatever you want to call it, and talk to it because it already knows how her shoulders move. Like her shoulders can talk to her fingers. And that's a distance. Like we're all distance from each other. So that's like magnetic, right? We're talking
Right.
about gravity. Like gravity, what is the? Some people don't believe in that. Like there has to be another force besides all this other force we're paranoid about that could stop this force that we're paranoid about.
Yeah.
Yep.
But if it's in the wrong hands, that's where that's where the struggle starts, because Bill
If you have
Gates.
hands.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, if this type of technology or invention is in
It's
the
a
wrong,
mind.
yeah. So that's the only reason why I would be against it, is because it can easily be taken and used as a weapon, or it can destroy us. Like you said before, we can create something that destroys us at the end, and that's not good for our own survival. And there's a lot of movies about this, so I've seen lots of like sci-fi movies about this, and it always ends bad.
There was a news article today. At a Chinese working on an AI robot.
Yes.
And when it got up, it started chopping the workers.
Yup, I saw that.
And what?
Crazy.
What did it do?
Started chopping the workers.
Yeah, they killed 7 in Japan a couple of years ago.
Well, there was one on X where it was just malfunctioning. Like, it turned on when it wasn't supposed to, and it was swinging his arms like you could get knocked out.
I saw that.
Yeah, I got it right here. Hold on. This is crazy. Okay, so there they are, just chilling. The robot's hooked up, and all of a sudden it just starts going ape.
Oh, wow.
And there's a lot of discussion with AI, chat GPT, and robots like this, that it can think for itself, it can speak, it can make decisions. That's my red line, where we should not be making it like that type of AI. No.
The only thing that I think about this stuff, like with Chat GPT, these are all machines, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
They have to be programmed.
Of course they have to. Just like computers.
But
So
they're
who's
trained
doing-
by humans.
Exactly, to push an agenda.
Yeah.
That's
Have you
why.
seen the
That's why there's too many.
robots
There's.
I'm sorry, they made these beautiful robots for the guys to buy to take if they don't have a wife or a girlfriend.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
can buy
I mean, the
robots.
technology is amazing, but like Ruby said, whose hands is this stuff in?
Right. Yeah. No, I don't trust it.
And I'm already seeing a lot of people, 5-10 years, hell, even 3 years ago. Oh, I saw it on Google. It must be true. Well, what have we learned about that? You can't trust things that you find on Google. Now, what I see is people saying, well, Chat GPT says this. Okay.
Makes too.
So this stuff is being basically what it does is it scans all the information on the internet about a certain let's say you want to talk about the Atlanta Braves. So they pull all the information around the world about the Atlanta Braves, and then they form their thought process by looking at all these articles. So if you have a bunch of fake news out there permeating worldwide media, and this AI Chat GPT thing is scanning all that information, could you really trust it?
No.
I mean, it's smarter than me. I'm not gonna lie.
But Jimmy, you're right. I talk a lot to Chat GPT, and one of the things I noticed, it doesn't have intuition. It doesn't have, like, for instance, when you're talking about a certain subject in business or work or the Atlanta Braves, and you'll say, you know what, I have a feeling they're going to come alive in the 9th because this reason, just from your passage. But if it's not written down nowhere, it won't know that, because you're relying on instinct or intuition, but it relies on hardcore data. And when you tell them that, it goes, it doesn't show up on my data.
That's true.
Right. So the very last little subject I want to talk about, we have about maybe 20 minutes left before I wrap up the show.
Okay.
But the last little opinion I wanted to get from you guys was, I'll put it as a question. Have you ever seen a first lady go on the media or have an interview and get really vulnerable or discuss her time or struggles as a first lady, and now she's not a first lady anymore, and you know how they make those interviews and everything. Have you ever seen them actually talk about like very, very, very vulnerable things that you probably would keep to yourself? Have you ever seen a first lady do that?
A former first lady?
Yeah, a former first lady.
No,
No, not until this week.
Lady Bird
Exactly.
Johnson, Rosalind Carter.
Not until somebody came out and made a comment.
Yeah, so Jimmy already knows where I'm
Tell
going
us.
with
I want to
this.
hear this. Tell us.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like the names that Jesse just mentioned, in my mind, they are very classical women, very, you know, I would
Demure.
consider them. Oh, what was that?
Demure.
Right? Like very, like you would never see one of those former first ladies go on a podcast or an interview or whatever and talk about how much of a struggle it was or how they're still struggling out with their life.
I just heard Michelle.
Nancy Reagan.
Yeah, somebody's still trying to be relevant.
Yeah, but I've never seen a former first lady talk like this. So I'm gonna play the clip because I was really shocked by
I
this.
saw this.
Oh, where's the one? Oh, wait, is that okay? There's another one too.
Oh, the one where she said, I'm a
Exactly,
man.
that's the problem. There's more than one, Jimmy. So this is the one that I found. So I'm gonna share it with you
Well,
guys.
she looks horrible.
And at this phase of my life, I'm in therapy right now because I'm transitioning. You know, I'm 60 years old. I've finished a really hard thing in my life with my family intact. I'm an empty nester. My girls are in, you know, they've been launched. And now for the first time, as I've said before, every choice that I'm making is completely mine. I now don't have the excuse of, well, my kids need this or my husband needs that or the country needs that. So how do I think about this next phase? And let me get some help. Let me unwind some old habits. Let me sort through some old guilt that I've been carrying around. Let me talk about how my relationship with my mother has affected how I think about things. So I'm getting that tune up for this next phase because I believe this is a whole nother phase in life for me. And I now have the wisdom to know, let me go get some coaching while I'm doing it so that I've got other voices other than the people who know me best. I've got a new person that's getting to know me and seeing me completely new and hearing all these emotions. I am an advocate of it. Everybody needs to find their form of it the best way they can.
Wow, she's gonna transition.
Hold on. Ruby, do you have the other clip that was out this week with her?
Yeah, she said,
I
I'm a
don't.
man. She slipped and said, I'm a man. I saw.
I'm
Is that the one
transitioning.
you're talking about?
Ruby, you gotta
You're
find
lying.
See this.
No. Look up.
This happened yesterday.
Yeah, Michelle Obama as a black man. Just look that up on X.
Yep, she slipped with the tongue.
Okay, let's see.
And if you show I'll tell you if you got the right one. This one set the internet ablaze.
Okay, is it this?
That's
clip?
it.
OMG. I have not seen this.
Yeah, listen to this. This was this past week.
I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man. Would you care to share that journey of?
Well, I learned.
I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about.
What?
Play it again.
What?
About just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man.
And then the other one, she says, I am transitioning.
Right, exactly. Where's Barack? You don't see Barack anymore.
No, but okay, but wait. If the theory is that she's trans, wouldn't she say as a woman because she's a trans woman?
Okay, so the theory is this is kind of a soft disclosure out there
She's
that
not
this
trans woman.
that
She's a
this
woman.
information is finally starting to come out.
But wait, Jimmy, real quick. She's already a woman biologically, but she
Oh, really?
transitioned to a man, right?
No.
Oh, opposite. She still has her package too. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
that's why she's called Big Mike.
Yeah.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, that's the well. There's a theory out there. I don't think Fallen knows of it. There's a theory out there that Michelle Obama was actually born a biological male that transitioned to a woman and now calls herself Michelle. Well, that's
Correct.
why I'm so when she says as a black man in this clip, that's why I'm confused because if the theory is correct that she was a biological man, then why would she say as a black man in reference to transgenderism if she's a trans woman, quote unquote woman? Wouldn't she say as a woman?
Yes.
Because she transitioned to a woman? I'm confused. Like, what?
All right. So for Fallen,
I thought she
it's
transitioned from a woman to a man.
no, a man to a woman.
From a man to a woman.
So
Why-
apparently,
But she looks like a woman.
yes.
Right. Now she does. But there's
Yeah.
pictures on the internet. If you Google this, there's lots of pictures on the internet of when supposedly she was a man.
So what I find funny, or you always listen to what these people say.
You smoking sis, Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm smoking. So technically, allegedly, her real name is Michael LaVey Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a clip of Obama getting ready to give a speech,
And he slipped.
and he slips, and he says Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that, Ruby?
I think I have, which is supposedly Michelle's male
Real
name.
Male name, correct.
Okay, so hold on, because the context here on X, you know how they have the reader's notes?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just read it just to be, both
Fair.
sides.
Fair.
It says, Michelle Obama is clearly using as a black man as a way to introduce a question she is addressing to Marlon Wayans, who is a black man. She's not referring to herself. So what I think she didn't pause. Okay, you see, this is why communication is very important, because
Right.
when she says it warms my heart, she should have paused a little longer and said, as a black man, like yourself, like she should have made a gesture,
Right.
like you. I'm referencing you as a black man. It warms my heart that you're standing up for transgender.
But she kept her hand on her heart.
Exactly. She was like coming inward instead of
Because-
going outward. Yeah.
Because of that context there, I didn't post that on my Facebook page. I didn't post it on my X. And there was so I was like, the context, but I just, if you just want to, laugh at the soundbite or whatever, considering everything else we allegedly know about it, it's just interesting.
But it could be
Wait, I want to see it one more time.
Oh, put the clip with Joan Rivers going up in a Manhattan apartment.
Oh yeah, that one too.
Put that clip.
Yeah.
Then she
Yeah.
gets killed 2 weeks later. She dies.
What?
Oh, well, okay, so hold on, because we do know of those clips, but I wasn't even going that route with this because that doesn't even bother me. That stuff doesn't even bother me because we can't prove that, right? That's just speculation. That's just a theory. We don't really know. What bothers me is that she went on this podcast as a former first lady.
Yeah.
And she's like dumping all this emotional stuff in a podcast. Have you ever seen a former lady do that or talk like that?
No.
No, me neither. Because I used to view them like regal, like classic, like they were really like women, like I don't know, like I've had a different perception of them in my mind. And then when I see Michelle do stuff like this, or like even her book or these interviews that she's doing, all this stuff, it kind of muddies it down for me, like the pedestal that we put them up as first ladies.
Yeah.
And we don't know what's going on behind the scenes with her and Barack. She, to me, seems like she's pretty angry right now because the rumors are that he's having an affair with Jennifer Aniston of all people, and you don't see him anymore. But she's everywhere. She's all over the news media and the circuit.
If any woman should have a right to complain, you think it would be Jackie Onassis Kennedy,
Yes,
or even Hillary Clinton. I mean, she was cheated on hard, and she should have complained. But you don't hear.
I'm gonna say this right now. I don't feel one bit sorry for that evil ass woman, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Thank you,
No,
Jimmy.
but she
I
doesn't
agree.
come out.
Thank
She
you.
doesn't come out and talk like Michelle is what I'm trying to say. She,
Are you kidding?
No,
Yeah,
no,
but
she doesn't.
Hillary-
She doesn't whine like
Well,
Michelle's
she just
doing.
kills people.
Yeah.
Hey, we got somebody new on here. Who's this?
Yes, welcome to the
Leonard.
stage, Leonard.
Leonard, hi, Leonard. Uh-oh.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Good
happy
evening,
birthday,
Leonard.
Leonard.
Hey, Leonard.
Happy birthday.
I have a say so about this.
Audio's messed up.
I want to hear what he has to say.
Your connection is a little glitchy, Leonard.
I'm
Okay,
sitting
go
here
ahead now.
laughing to myself because it's like when I saw the clip with you all, I'm like, and just man, and I'm like, because I've heard the rumors, but in my mind, I really didn't want to automatically believe it because I didn't have the automatic facts, and I didn't want to just it on.
What the fuck?
He
happened to Leonard?
He was glitching bad, and he would glitch at the point where he was making a point or something.
We need to hear what he has to say. We need to hear what.
Yeah, I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Yeah, we'll wait a
Because-
few minutes for him to come back on if he can. Leonard, if
say
you're still
this.
listening.
He said he's an
Like-
Anunnaki.
I don't
No.
I'm very concerned. Like, this is concerning. Like, Michelle Obama, like, sounds like a woman. She sounds and looks like a woman.
Fallen, do you know who Blair White is?
Yes,
That's a man.
I know.
So look at how much he looks like a woman and sounds like a woman now.
Mm-hmm.
If you would have not looked him up and seen that he is actually a biological male, you would not know. You would think that that is a woman.
If you look at the back of
We need Leonard back. Where the fuck is Leonard?
We'll wait a few minutes.
yeah, it's
We lost him.
I don't understand this. This doesn't make sense to me because black is like, like a stronger race.
In what way?
what?
What
Am I
way?
wrong?
What do you mean by that? I don't think we understand your point. What do you mean?
I don't know. I mean, I guess masculine.
Okay. Jimmy, you said you started saying something and then you stopped. So you said if you look at the back of what?
Oh, there's pictures, real pictures, that you can look at the back of Michelle Obama in like an evening gown or something.
Mm-hmm. I've
Look
seen
at her,
them.
look at her damn shoulders and neck muscles.
She's a big woman, yeah.
Yeah, but there are women like that though. You see what I'm saying? Like
There are, yeah, and they're usually in weightlifting contests and stuff like that.
Like
You
that's
know.
what I'm saying. A race of
She
people.
looks. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
She looks like a
I
linebacker.
want to say something.
does.
okay, hold on, Fallen. We got Leonard back.
Leonard.
Give Leonard a break. Give him time to. You were cast off from this for some reason, but I
It
just
was
want
the
to say
connection.
this.
It was a bad connection. Go ahead, Leonard.
Yeah, Leonard, go ahead.
And before I was, kicked out, I was just saying I
Nobody's-
heard the rumors about Michelle Obama, but I didn't want.
Leonard, what happened to you again?
Yeah, the connection is so bad, man. And I have to wrap it up because it's already 1 a.m.
Can we give him
But
a couple more minutes? Can we give him a couple more minutes?
All I have to say is that the blacks here are taller.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Do you know
Like
how tall?
genetics.
Hold on,
It's
hold
a
on,
race.
hold on,
It's
Paula.
a race
Do you
of
know,
people that are masculine.
Fallen? How tall is Kevin Hart?
I was just going to mention him.
Hold up.
He's as tall as your fence.
Damn,
Oh
Jesse.
my god.
Oh.
Hold up. He's the minority of the minority, right?
How tall is Prince?
Prince was
He was like
small.
5'1".
Yeah.
Well, then he must have been some kind of, you know,
So you can't.
color.
Yeah, that's.
But
I know
don't
where you're
know,
going
man.
with that. You know, yeah. There's
there's
a
a
lot of.
genetic of people that are tall. Like we have genetics, they're tall. Even my dad's taller, but he's white.
Leonard's back.
Okay, Leonard.
Let's
I'm
try
gonna let
again,
Leonard
Leonard.
have the last word of the night. Go ahead, Leonard.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, if you all didn't know, I would see pictures of Barack and Michelle's wedding, and she would just look so hard and stone faced. She never smiled. She hardly ever had a happy face, really. And I was like to myself, I'm like, okay, if you're getting married, you would want to have some type of emotion. But well, who's to say? And I also heard that their children were adopted.
Yes, that's true.
I didn't know
Yep.
that.
I've heard
Yeah.
of it. I don't know if we can actually prove that. I mean, Leonard, have you ever seen a picture of Michelle Obama pregnant?
I haven't.
Me neither. I have not ever seen one.
One of her daughters did an interview on YouTube, and she'll tell you.
Oh wow.
Do you know what channel, like who she did the interview with?
You can just Google. I have YouTube on my TV. I get to watch everything and anything. And she just popped in. She was mad about something, and I didn't even bother listening because I know they're both adopted. I know one goes to Harvard. That's all I know. But she was talking about her parents.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to see if I can
Showed
find
her
it.
real parents. That's it. They showed her real parents.
Yeah, I think we put that up before, showing, you know, the real parents and side by side pictures. And again, the oldest looks just like her daddy, doesn't look like a Brock at all. And the younger one looks just like her mama and doesn't look like Michelle at all.
No.
Wow. And we took out Nixon for covering up. He looks
Exactly.
Like a snake.
Once people understand the corruption that's been going on since 2008, once people understand that and start connecting the dots and everything, you're gonna be like, holy crap.
All right, guys. Well, thank you everybody for joining on the panel.
Leonard, thanks for coming on. Leonard, thanks for coming on.
Yes, thank you, Leonard, Fallen,
Please
Jesse.
come back.
Yeah, I want to
I
see
will. Okay.
Next Tuesday, 9 p.m. And
night,
thank you to Gigi and Jimmy and everybody in the chat.
Race doesn't matter how tall you are.
Yeah, next Tuesday.
5. Bye.
We will find so much more to talk about next Tuesday at 9 p.m. We always make it to, I want to try to, end it by 1 a.m. usually.
Yeah.
So, we have a 4-hour show. Let me know in the comment section if you have anything that you would like to talk about on the show. If there's any news that you would like to share with Jimmy or myself, definitely reach out on Facebook, on X.
Yes.
Everything should be in the description below. Jimmy's email, my email, our X accounts are there. Just one little message. I don't really use Facebook for public things, but Jimmy does. So you can find Jimmy, follow him, friend him. If you have sent me a friend request, because I've seen some people do that, I unfortunately do not accept friend requests, but I do follow people. Like if you have a follow button, I can follow instead of friending. But on X, I am a very public, figure on X, so you can follow me there. And then I put our emails so that you can email us stuff. So just wanted to let everybody know like how to contact, how to share things. Because usually the things that I find are on X. Some of the news and the controversy kind of, offensive stuff is on there. And Jimmy finds his news, through his outlet. So if there's anything that you specifically want to watch or talk about, like Gigi said, homelessness and some other subject that we can really dive into a little bit more. We did touch on it a little bit tonight, but there's a lot that goes into that that we can dive a little bit more into. So thank you everybody for watching.
Can I say one last thing, Ruby?
Last words. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we really want to be able to have this show to where folks can get involved and they feel like they're involved. So everything that Ruby said about contacting us, yes, if there's a particular subject that you're versed in and you have knowledge on that you want to share, please don't be shy. Call in and let's talk about it. If there's a subject you want us to cover, don't hit me up on Monday. Say, hey, can you talk about this Tuesday? Because I need some time to look things up. But if you can hit us up, like by Friday or Saturday and say, hey, can you guys cover this? Can you talk about this? Then we'll do our best to make sure we get that on the show for you.
I want to say one last thing too.
Sure, go ahead. Last word, Fallen.
I may be going down a rabbit hole with you guys because I'm learning all this shit just now. Like, Alice is innocent, okay? I'm an innocent woman here learning all this shit. I don't understand. This is all making no sense to me, and I'm trying to make sense of it.
Me too.
Okay,
I used to be right there where you are at, and sometimes I find myself right at the beginning once again. Definitely look up those phrases, look up these things that we talk about, and go down that rabbit hole on the internet. YouTube is a great place. X is even crazier, because there's no limits to freedom of speech. So you will find more things on X. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good platform. YouTube is a good platform. Even TikTok is great, and that's where they were trying to ban it. But let's not talk about that.
For following real, sorry, Ruby, I've got to say this for XJWs that are just coming out of Watchtower and just getting into the political world. I did do a series called The Big Picture. It was like 16, 17, 18 episodes we did. And basically my whole idea behind the Big Picture episodes was to create a picture for newly interested political XJWs, because I explained things, and I have a number of guests. I had John, I've had Mike and Kim. I've had different people come on for different episodes. So what we tried to do is, yes, there's a big picture out there, but when you're putting a puzzle together, you have to put the outside of the puzzle together first and then work on each section. So that's how I built that show, was to be able to put the border up and then start filling in sections. And I swear there's so much information in those episodes that you could get caught up pretty quickly on how things are going in this world. And what I'll do, Fallen, I'll send you a link, and so you can start watching those episodes, because I feel like we did a great job outlining what the deep state is, what all this stuff is. So I'll send that to you.
Yeah, I want to learn. I want to learn because I don't want to be on here looking stupid. Yes, I'm ignorant sometimes because I just got out of a cult, or I just got out of a high control religion, and I'm learning. Like, of course, you're gonna think Michelle Obama's a man or a woman, but like, I don't know. I can't believe how dark this world can be. But it makes sense because there is a brighter world out there. It just shows there's an opposite to everything. And if this world can be so dark, then there can be a world that is very light.
Absolutely.
Right. All right. Well, that's a great way to wrap it up. And hopefully we'll see you next Tuesday, 9 p.m. You can find it on my channel and on Jimmy's channel. And I'll guess good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Have a great week.
Bye.
Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey, okay, America's biggest blessing. bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gang. Okay, the White House going blazing now. MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down. It's up, they know we run it, best believe it now. About to paint the city red, please don't burn it down.